existing gender wage gap. The gender wage gap is a measure of what women are paid relative to men. Currently, on an average, women are being paid 20% less for the same work. During my time working at Asian Development Bank, I learned about the gender gaps in finance. Outrageously, pink tax that is taking trillions of dollars each year is just one of many setbacks women face trying to attain financial independence. Pink tax may appear to be a new term to you, yet it is not a new phenomenon in the consumer market. In fact, it has been around for decades since the drafting of the US sales tax system in the 1930s. In 2010, a report was released highlighting the fact that women paid as much as 50% more than the men for similar products. The pink tax is present in every corner of the world, but only New York enforced a ban on the pink tax, setting a milestone for breaking barriers. The scheme is one of the biggest obstacles in giving women the financial freedom they deserve, but it is never once mentioned in our education system. It acts as gasoline to the fire that consequently increases the obnoxious pay gap. So how do we fight this obnoxious scheme? It's actually quite simple. We should support companies taking a stand against pink tax. A popular one is Burger King. Buy gender-neutral items, especially when we shop for razors, deodorants, toys, shampoos, etc. Be aware that dry cleaners tend to charge more for women's clothing, and always compare prices while shopping. It is most prevalent while getting car and health insurance, so make sure to read the fine print and take a stand against the pink tax when necessary. We can also contact our local representatives and make larger impacts like the government of New York has. Most importantly, pink tax remains to be an unpopular term. Thus, we must raise awareness regarding this issue so that future generations don't suffer the mistake of the past and women get the financial independence they deserve. As once said by Eckhart Tolle, awareness is the greatest agent for change. From what we know, it could take up to 136 years to close the gender gap. And to speed up the change, we need to raise awareness. We have to ensure that there are no other mothers that make the same mistake of ignoring the pink tax. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Naisa, for that timely talk and teaching us how our individual actions can truly have a collective impact.
You said it, Balakis. Change starts with each of us, and to begin making a tangible difference in our lives and the lives of those around us, we need to develop the skills to do so.
What kind of skills are you thinking, Yara?
Well, leadership is definitely a major one. If we become effective leaders, we can mobilize our friends, our families, and our communities to join us in our mission to advance positive social change around the world.
You're right, Yara, but leadership happens from the inside out. So to become effective leaders in our communities, we have to first become leaders of self.
Ooh, leaders of self. What is that, Balakis?
Being a leader of self means that your skills and capacities can grow over time with passion and hard work. It means that you're self-aware and self-compassionate, that you reflect on your experiences, but treat yourself with kindness when faced with setbacks. Self-leadership reminds us that we do not have the capacity to solve problems and adapt to change, but to also reach out for help, and in doing so, become stronger change makers.
I see, but that's easier said than done. There is so much I want to do and so much I feel I have to do that I put a lot of pressure on myself to do it all until I'm overwhelmed or even burnt out. I sometimes forget I have this whole community of change makers I can turn to.
Well, why don't you reach out for help right now? Tefi Pessoa is a content creator who frequently speaks about how embracing ourselves for who we are helps instill self-confidence and, most importantly, self-love. Let's see if she has any advice for us. Welcome, Tefi.
Hello, hello.
Hi, Tefi. We were just talking about how being kinder and more patient to ourselves when we were experiencing self-doubt will help us become better leaders of self. but we don't know where to begin exactly. On your social media platforms, you're often outspoken about your past struggles with body image and self-confidence. How did you reach this point of self-acceptance where you can be honest and vulnerable with not only yourself, but also your millions of followers?
I feel like it has to come from a place of, we always think about how people will not like us. I think it starts with accepting that people just might like you. And for that, I refer to the people who already love me. Whenever it's a grounding moment for me when, before I post a video or present myself or speak about something I'm passionate about, I know that people will accept me, and those who don't accept me were never going to accept me. It's an acceptance and it's a gratitude for the people who do embrace you. And the internet is a it's a big place. I call it like the Wild West, and there is something for everyone. So we have to choose to believe that if there's something for everyone, there's someone for everyone too. And that is like our community. Does that make sense? No?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, of course.
Well, are there maybe times and places or people where you feel you can be your most authentic and vulnerable self? Maybe starting with you, Balkis, maybe, perhaps, other than here with me.
Yeah, Tefi, I think authenticity actually is something that should be inbuilt. It should be something that you do without anybody coercing you to do it. And as a social activist, I have been at places with different community, and at every point in time, I have to adjust to their way of life, what language they speak, how they react to situations, and all of that. So yeah, I've been so vulnerable at some point, and I think authenticity is just something that I just have to be authentic. I don't have to pretend like I'm Tefi. No, I'm Balkis. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's nobody like you. And I think when it comes to social activism, especially, the idea that you're going to change thousands of minds with one post, with one sentence, is not maybe an achievable goal, but the idea that you can reach one person is enough to give you the confidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And that brings me to how we have many incredible youth activists in the world marching in the street and speaking on stages, that I sometimes experience imposter syndrome, really. Like, maybe I'm not doing enough to call myself an activist. So, Tefi, as a popular media personality, right, do you ever experience similar feelings of imposter syndrome? And if so, how do you quiet those noise, negative noise in your head?
I only really experience imposter syndrome very rarely, only every time I'm awake. That's really the only time that I really feel like maybe, and I think imposter syndrome comes from a place of, oh my God, they're going to find out that I'm a phony, that I'm fake. So my rule is, if it's not coming from the heart and it's not coming from a place of where you want better, where you're coming from a place of, I love us enough that I want to talk about it. If I don't feel that, I'm not going to make a video about it. And I think we can tell many, many times when we're online, and maybe we can see that it's a little performative or it's a little passive. So if I want to speak from a place of confidence and authenticity, it really has to come from a place of love. And that really is what speaking on the internet, especially when it comes to causes that we care so much about. We talk about these causes because we love people enough that we know that everybody deserves a life of dignity. So as soon as we tap into that, right. Exactly. So I think if we can tap into the idea of if it's affecting you, it's affecting me, that's an authentic human feeling. And confidence comes secondary to authenticity. Authenticity comes first. You have to know who you are before you can present who you are. And once you can present who you are, it's no longer a performance, it's a conversation. And if you can talk about the things that you love, people will naturally gravitate to that.
Yeah.
I love us.
Yeah. I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree, Tefi. I totally agree. Yeah.
Yara, question for you.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about times when you wanted to be open with your community and feelings that maybe you didn't succeed in that like you thought you would?
Yeah, well, actually, I remember times of my life where it was kind of failures, like after success and then failure and then success. So it was actually difficult to be open with your community because it will not be always supportive. But after I experienced this and after I realized like there's no success without a failure, I realized that I have to be open to be someone who motivates people who are failing now to be succeeding in the future. And I created this peaceful mindset of I don't care, people who are not supporting me will see that the one who's failing now will be succeeding tomorrow. And then they will support me and say, yeah, we're supporting you. But the problem is that they don't exactly support us in the time we need them to support us. But, the thing is that why do you think transparency about these insecurities on big platforms like yours or global stages like this are so important? What's one way we can all become more aware or honest with ourselves so that we can become better leaders with our peers and our communities?
I think the key to everything, I mean, when I talk about people, and I think I talk about people so much because I love people, and unfortunately we can't get away from them, right? So we can. And I feel the most important thing when we're sharing stories is to talk about the ways that people have failed their way into success. And that's what I think you were touching on, failing and succeeding, and taking small victories for what they are. They are victories. So when it comes to becoming better leaders with our peers and our communities, I think the key is to remain malleable and to remain teachable. Every day I get on the internet and I never, ever, ever think I know everything or I know every perspective. Sometimes I'll get on there and I'll say, I know for a fact the sky is purple, and we all have to agree the sky is purple. And somebody will say, well, where I'm from, the sky is blue. And for me to deny that experience for somebody means I'm not part of this community, so we have to remain open-minded. And if we're trying to make change, it cannot be for people who are just like us.
Wow.
Nice. I mean, that's like very striking, Tefi. So thank you so much, Tefi, and all of you for joining us in that leadership activity with Tefi. I would just like to give you a quick reminder on the key things that Tefi left us with. Be open-minded. Failing into success is nothing bad. I mean, there is always a failure to success, right? Taking small victory into what they really are, celebrating your small wins. So to continue building upon these self-love skills, make sure you join our leadership course on our free virtual platform, Gallup Academy, for even more lessons and activities through the link in the chat. On that note, Yara, let's introduce our next two sessions.
Well, storytelling is a powerful tool for activism. Stories have the power to break barriers, build connections, unite, persuade, inspire, and educate. Being able to successfully communicate moving stories across different media is key to affect social change at local, national, and even global levels. Our next two sessions will feature two global storytellers who are experts at starting powerful social movements with a story.
First, we'll invite Oscar-winning filmmaker Chloe Zhao to the stage with Gallup leader Rasil to discuss how storytelling can help us grow as activists and people.
Well, thank you and welcome everyone to our conversation with Ms. Chloe Zhao. And well, I'm very excited, so shall we begin? Well, many people think of representation as something that happens in front of the camera. But as a director, what's your perspective on representation from behind the camera?
Thank you for having me, first of all, and I'm really glad to be here. I feel that if we, as storytellers, stay really true to the type of story we want to tell, and work with the people that we want to work with, because we know that they each have their own experiences, life experiences, and backgrounds that they're bringing in that's going to enrich the story. If we stay true to that, representation will happen very naturally, because each of us are so different from each other and so diverse. At the same time, we also share a lot of similarities. So by having both diversity in front and behind the camera, we are able to learn so much from each other. And that's, so important, if not even more important.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Chloe. I personally always thought that diversity should not only be visual, but also intellectual, because consciously or unconsciously, our cultural backgrounds tend to have a huge impact on the way we view and produce art. So it's always very interesting to see how we tell our own stories through our personal perspectives, especially as women of color. And I think that's what make your movies you make so special.
Thank you.
Now, speaking of women of color, you are the very first one to win the Best Director Oscar and the second ever woman. So I personally want to congratulate you for those groundbreaking achievements, and also ask you, what does that say about where we are and how far we might have to go in gaining equality in your field?
Equality in our field is a much broader and deeper conversation than just awards and numbers. So it's hard to really measure whether we achieved equality or not by how many people win awards or how many filmmakers in these festivals, because I think sometimes it's difficult to question the very system that that has been built, and that we exist in. Is easier to have a conversation of who should sit at the head of the table at this one house that we all think is the only house we can live in. And we want to make sure there's more diversity sitting at the head of that table. But I also encourage that many of us, especially young people, think about maybe there don't need to be just one house. Maybe there can be many, many houses, because that house was built with a history and certain kind of complication that made us believe that that's the only house. So that's the only head of the table. It's not true. And I think young people are already starting to ask that question. I think that's a very exciting conversation to consider, on top of having more diversity at the head of that house.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, as I told you the other time, I myself dream of becoming a filmmaker one day, and I know many other girls and young people that are also interested in cinema. So seeing stories like yours, like you mentioned, being on the top of the table, I think they are extremely important and empowering for the youth that hope to make it in an industry that's so competitive and it tends to be unequal, less the film industry.
Very important, but definitely remember that if you can't get to that height of the table, we have arrived at a time you can build other houses.
Yeah, exactly.
Do not be discouraged just because they don't let you in the house.
Okay, that's a very great perspective. Thank you for sharing it. Now, going back to the importance of diversity behind the scenes in the film industry, I think storytelling in all its mediums can have a huge impact on how audiences view different groups, issues, and movements. So can you tell me about what inspires you to tell the stories you tell in your films?
I am very much inspired by questions I ask myself. I try not to look too much at what's the trend, what's the issue of the day, what are people interested in now, because that might make your film popular for a moment, but you want to create work that's going to age, with the time, that's going to be timeless, that people can still have conversation about it 10 years, 20 years later. So to do that, you have to create work that has a universal appeal, that can be related by all people, so then at the end of the day, we're all human beings. That's what we share the most. So I asked myself, so what are some of the life questions that I have, things that I want to learn, how I want to grow as a person. So then from there, I come up with the story, and I ask myself which part of the world, which culture that I think I can learn from. It's all about growing as a person. And so then that way of working also help you sustain a lot of the difficulties, because it will keep you curious, and because you're growing as an individual, it isn't just about doing a job.
Wow, that was such a beautiful answer. Thank you for sharing it.
Sure.
And I also have this question about, what is one small thing that we can all do to share our stories or use our stories to make a difference in the world today?
One small thing we can all do. I think it's not small, but I think we can do whatever we can to be grateful, be joyful, and be grateful with what we have right here, right now. Doesn't mean we can't have changes, but when you're creating, when you're about to get in front of your laptop to write your screenplay, try to be grateful that you can do this. Be grateful of and see the positive in your life, because if we can get ourselves in a joyful place when we create, that's where compassion and understanding for others is possible, because our hearts are open. You can still write really hard hitting, like really difficult stories and challenging stories and controversial stories, but creating from a place of joy, our story will reflect that. And that's where compassion and understandings for others live. So I think it's really important for creators to do that.
Wow. Yeah, I totally agree. And thank you as well for sharing that answer. And thank you so much for answering all of the questions and for joining me today and joining us at the Girl Up Leadership Summit. It was I was very honored to hear from you and to learn from you as well. I personally admire you so much, and I believe that your journey as a director is one that will go down in history books. So
thank you so much. And best of luck with your journey as a filmmaker. It's very exciting.
Thank you very much. Hopefully one day I'll have the joy to work with you one day.
I hope so too. All right, take care.
Well, you too. Now let's go back to our MCs.
Wow, such an insightful conversation, and from an Academy Award winner, no less. Now, let's turn it over to actress Sepideh Moafi, who will be chatting with Girl Up Theater Christina about how she uses her platform to boldly advocate for more diverse and inclusive representation in Hollywood.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited about the amazing speakers featuring this year. Good morning, Sepideh. It is an honor to have you in Girl Up's Leadership Summit 2022.
Good morning. Thank you. I feel honored to be here.
Your career as an activist and actress has us fascinated. Would you share with us how have your personal experiences, in particular in your immigration story and exposure to refugee camps, impacted on your advocacy skills?
Yeah, I think all of our backstories, our upbringing, our experiences influence how we live in the world, how we exist in the world, and what we do with our time here on this planet. And I think growing up with a family who was forced to flee their homeland, who was forced to sort of hop around for years, different refugee camps in different countries. I was born in one of these refugee camps, and when I was still a baby, we came here. So from the time that I was in the womb, I felt a sense of displacement. And growing up was a little bit, my challenges were clearly, I feel, a bit more privileged than my parents, their challenges. But nevertheless, being in a country where your family doesn't feel at home and is not embraced necessarily, that creates a bit of cognitive dissonance. Growing up in a culture, in a household where there's such warmth and love and inclusivity, and then going to school in a system that doesn't embrace you in the same way, and the values seem different from the ones that you grow up with. When I was younger, this caused a lot of cognitive dissonance and pain, but as an adult and sort of finding my path through my work as an artist and as an activist, I see in hindsight that this was invaluable and the most important experience or a set of experiences that I could have had, because it gives me a deeper sense of not only purpose, but empathy and a drive to sort of advocate for, marginalized minority groups that otherwise might not be as popular all the time. I felt like I was a tiny little expression of that idea of a sort of, I guess, black sheep or someone that was not embraced by their community. And it breaks my heart personally to see it happen. And so I think that's what fuels me from my experiences is sure growing up with stories from my family, but my own sense of displacement growing up in this country, which, whose principles stand on sort of equality and justice for all, but in practice that isn't always the case. So I hope that I can use my voice and platform and my time here to bring more of that equality and justice for as many people as I can reach.
It was such a brave story, the one you just shared with us. It is that building storytelling skills can be essential in effective activism. How have you built your abilities as a storyteller and used these skills in your advocacy, especially speaking about your work in the New York's Mayor Office of Immigrant Affairs and International Rescue Committee?
I think we're all naturally storytellers. I mean, every day and every moment, we're either telling ourselves or telling each other stories. So I think that it's a innate ability that we all have. What you mentioned is using it towards advocacy. And I think this does take a little bit of crafting. I feel incredibly fortunate because I get to spend most of my time as an artist. And in this moment in my life, I started as a musician, and I'm now primarily working on acting work, but I'm still obviously a musician. And in both worlds, you use other people's sort of minds, hearts, spirits, and you use your own vehicle, your own self to tell other people's stories and tell stories that you believe in. And so in working on my own craft as a musician and as an actor, I feel like it's not only made me a better storyteller, it's made me a better human being, because when you can get inside of other people's, as I mentioned, heads and heart space, you understand them better. And I think that's the root of advocacy, is trying to bring a sense of understanding to a larger group of people. The work that I do with IRC and the work that I've done and do with MOIA, New York City Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs, and other organizations, I think really rely on getting people to care. And the only way that we can care is through connecting to other human beings through stories. We've had stories probably since the beginning of human life, evidence since for 36,000 years, where they found, paintings in a cave in France. And since then, as we know, this has developed and there's been more and more evidence, but I'm confident that before then, we were still finding ways to tell stories with each other in order to understand, in order to communicate. And I think, especially in this day and age where stories are getting shorter and shorter, bite-sized, more digital, more sort of disposable in a way, I feel a strong sense of responsibility and obligation to sort of invest in a longer form of storytelling, where people can really connect and have time to connect to another human being's experience. And I find that whenever I believe in what I'm doing, that sense of belief for anybody, not just me, is contagious. So I try to invest as much as I can in understanding the stories that I'm telling, understanding the people that I'm bringing awareness to, and in turn, hopefully having that sort of investment and belief resonate with others.
You have a great heart. And talking about your actress career, as someone who plays Gigi in the L World Generation Q, why do you believe representation in the media is so important? And was it for you like to depict both a queer and Iranian character, beautifully intersecting these two identities?
I mean, I think most of us are aware of how important representation is. How, you know, when you don't see your experiences, or when people are trying to, in a way, sort of exclude certain groups, certain ethnicities, certain people of different backgrounds, experiences, it makes us feel like we don't deserve to be here. And that was, I mean, personally, my experience growing up was I always felt like a visitor here, even though technically this is my home. And so having a character who is not identified by her sexual identity, who is living so unapologetically and so fearlessly, so confidently in her own skin, it inspires me, because it makes me want to be more of myself. And in turn, the sort of outpour of gratitude and praise from all over the world, especially women and girls from Southwest Asian, North African countries, from Jordan, Iran, Egypt, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, everywhere. And even people from these backgrounds who are living in the States, who come from cultures or backgrounds that don't necessarily embrace their sexual identities. You know, that visibility is invaluable, because it gives us the confidence to be more of who we actually are. When we don't see this in the media, when we don't see this on television, film, you know, in books or news pieces, it makes us feel like, again, like we're the black sheep, like we're outsiders, when actually we've come to realize that we are just as prominent, our existence is just as important, and it's just as sort of pronounced and relevant, and it's not the minority anymore, we're coming to realize. And so playing Gigi has been such a pleasure and treat and honor, because, as I mentioned, it's not just about what she represents, it's also about who she is. So having this kind of character exist on television, who isn't necessarily, her entire storyline doesn't revolve around her queerness, it involves her struggles, her life, her day-to-day life. I think that it has empowered and will continue to empower the queer community, women from all different backgrounds, and she's just such an inspiration, I think.
She's just an inspiration, just as you yourself are. Oh. Thank you so much for sharing us your stories today, and for sharing us how you live your advocacy as a storyteller and as an actress. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Christina. It's such a pleasure. Thank you.
I like that. Wow, I always knew stories have a powerful, but it was something amazing. I mean, to hear how much power they have when we work together to channel our storytelling into social action.
I couldn't agree more, Balakis. When Girl Up leaders use their voices to share their stories and amplify the stories of others, it's a spark that ignites an unstoppable movement.
One of the biggest movement starting sparks is education. We know when you educate one girl, you advance an entire nation. Yet, all over the world, millions of girls lack the ability and opportunity to go to school, especially during times of humanitarian crisis.
Our first panel of the program, featuring global education entrepreneurs and advocates, unpacks how prioritizing equal access to education for one will pave a better future for all. Please join us in giving a warm welcome to children's rights activist Freshta Karim, founder and director of Leading Light Initiative, Vivian Onano, senior program officer for ACE charity, Hasna Shuwaibu, girls' rights activist Sadaf Hamidi, and Girl Up leader Amanda.
Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm really looking forward to the discussion we're going to have today. So let's get into our first question. So you all focus on girls' education, both as a part of your work and beyond it as advocates. So could you share why you have chosen to concentrate your efforts on girls' education specifically? Vivian, why don't we start with you first?
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm so excited to be part of this year's Girl Up Summit. So the reason why I'm really passionate about it, girls' education, first of all, it's the right investment that we need to have in our societies, but also just as a person, right? I've been very fortunate to have access to quality and safe education that has empowered me, given me a voice. And just a little bit about my background. I was raised by a single mom. I came from a community that did not appreciate girls' education. And for me, for the longest, going to school was proving that educating a girl is just as important as educating a boy child, right? And having come out of my community and seen how education has transformed my life, and then had the opportunity to travel vastly across the continent of Africa, interacted with the young girls, and everywhere I go, the first question when I meet the young girls in the community, they tell me they want to go to school, they want to have an education so that they can become teachers, so that they can provide for their parents, so that they can become better people in the society. And I'm a living example of somebody whose life has really been transformed for the best through access to quality education. That's why I've really devoted my efforts and my voice to advocate for girls' education, but also engage government leaders, private sector leaders, multilateral leaders to prioritize investment in girls' education because it's the right thing to do. I mean, we continue to justify why we need to invest in girls' education, but the bare minimum, it's the right thing to do. It's the best investment to transform our communities.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I love how you based it on your own personal experiences. And because you've gone through this, you've also brought it to other girls that also need to gain access to quality girls' education. So I really love that you mentioned that, Vivian. Hasna, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting story. It's so interesting to hear because it sounds so similar, not necessarily to my story, but we've met so many girls who have similar stories, who have similar dreams. In short, I'm just going to say, is this girl, her name is Pualu. She wants to be a medical doctor, but unfortunately her dad died when she was 13, and her mom is a petty who could no longer afford to send her to school, and so she had to drop out. And she gave up on her dream. So she heard of one of our educational programs, ACE Radio School Listening Center. And what we do at this listening center is we gather children, out of school children, and they listen to audio educational lessons on literacy, numeracy, and science through a speaker. When she heard about this program, she was so excited because it was like a second chance for her at education. It was a second chance for her to dream again. So I'll say to answer your question, we focus on girls' education because of girls like Palu, because of girls like Mariam, who I've met, who has to help her mother sell peanuts and she watches in envy as other children go to school. So we're focusing on girls. We're doing this because of the millions of girls who are nearby and far away, those who we see, and those who are hidden away somewhere, and they are unable to dream. They are too scared to dream because they have been denied the opportunity to learn to read and write. I don't know if you know this, but Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world, the highest number of out-of-school children. About 18 million children are currently out of school, and 60% of them are girls. So for us, for girls like Pualu and millions more, we need to focus on girls' education. Like she mentioned, it is the right thing to do.
Yeah, so just like connecting that to what Vivian said, it's the bare minimum, you know? So Sadaf or Fresha, do you guys want to add anything?
Okay. Yes, sure. I have chosen to work for girls' rights because I'm the one whose right has been violated in Afghanistan. As you all know, the girls are banned from going to school in Afghanistan. That's why that I have chosen to work for girls' rights here. And I could relate to this topic the most. That's why that I've chosen to work for them and speak out my words and millions of girls who are living here and are banned from going to school. That's why that I have chosen this topic to put my effort on. And so, yeah, I'm here for that.
Yeah, so I love, you know, I know about everything that's currently going on, and it's really inspiring to see that you're stepping forward to really do something about that. Freshta, I know you're also from Afghanistan. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes, Amanda, thank you. I think I've started focusing more on girls' education. I've worked for a long time for both children, girls and boys, but now more specifically for girls' education, because it's people like Sadaf that we need to support because their education has been banned by the state. And it's not the first time in Afghanistan. 20 years before the state had officially banned girls' education. And because it's happening through state, it's very different probably from Nigeria case or other countries' cases where there could be many different reasons, but directly the state is not banning it. And when a state bans girls' education, it's sending really strong signals to citizens that they're not equal. And I think when a powerful group of people, which is the state, and regulates people's life, bans it, it makes it absolutely a different case, a very challenging case, a very challenging fight for every one of us. So I'm working for this, so people like Sadaf and her generation gets the right to quality education and access to education.
Yeah, definitely. So seeing the importance of quality education, how would you describe the current state of girls' education, particularly for adolescent girls' education? Could you guys speak to the progress as well as the challenges? Hasana, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So I'll speak to the progress first. One of the main good news, or one of the good news, is that many parents want to send their children to school. There's increased interest. You know, before many parents did not want to send their daughters to school. You know, they didn't see the need to send their daughters to school. But now parents want to send their daughters to school. For our program, the Ace Radio School, I mentioned earlier, what we do is we teach using the local language, right? And so this means that parents can listen to the educational content along with their children. So they're hearing the children say ABC, they're hearing the children sing alphabet songs. So they know there is no religious or westernized propaganda, you know. So because of that, they are supportive of Western education. We get calls every day from parents who are so grateful for, you know, the fact that, you know, their children are able to learn. The issue, or one of the challenges, is the quality of education is so poor that parents are starting to see it as a waste of time and money. For example, there's this boy, I'll speak of a boy, he's one of our beneficiaries, his name is Bashir, and his dad bought him a pencil enroll in our listening center. He bought him a pencil. Now that pencil is a symbol of support. And Bashir has never been to school. We asked his dad why, and his dad said, because if I send my son to school, to the government school, there is no teaching going on. All the children do is play. And I can't afford private schools. So because of that, he wouldn't send his child to a formal school. This is what parents of girls are saying. They're saying, why should I send my daughter to a government school, which that's what they can afford, and then they're not doing anything? So what they do now is they feel their daughters should rather be invested in other things that they see as more productive, like hawking, like going to the farm, like helping in the stores or in the markets. Those they see as more productive, or like even getting married. They might see it as, instead of her going to school and then playing, let's just marry her off, So that's one of the challenges. We have low number of teachers, we have outdated curriculum, all these factors are contributing to the poor quality of education. And then another challenge is the fact that the education is not necessarily free. Speaking of progress, it is free for 9 years. The first 9 years of education is free legally, right? But unfortunately, if they are unable to afford the exam fees or sports fees or furniture fees, they are sent back home. This means it's not really free. It's not completely free. And then for the last 3 years of education, that's last 3 years of secondary school, parents have to pay for their children to go to school, for their daughters to go to school. And because of that, because male education might be more prioritized, if parents have to pay, they will not pay for their girls to go to school. We have actually seen a sharp, dramatic drop in the rate of school enrollment when it comes to senior secondary schools. And what happens is, once they drop out, the next thing is to get them married off.
No, yeah. Hassan, I totally get that. And I really liked how you talked about how there are definitely challenges that come with it, like less access to resources, and how people just turn to other alternatives, such as marrying their child off, instead of focusing on quality education. Freshta and Sadaf, you guys, based on your experience in Afghanistan, how's the progress going for you guys?
I want to talk about the progress. I would say that if you decide to go, if you decide to stay in Afghanistan and like enroll your child to a government school in Afghanistan, you will be aware of like you can't be sure for her future. When you want to enroll your daughter to a government school or any other school in Afghanistan, you can't be aware of the continuation of her education, and you can't be sure if she can go to school and she can continue to her studies continuously. And this is the exact thing what we all face in Afghanistan. My parents enrolled me in a school, and everything is based on hope. We all hope that girls and everybody, if they decide to send their children to school, they just hope for the future. They're not sure what will happen to us in the future. Like I want to give an example of mine. My parents have enrolled me to a school, and they were all hoping the best, that I'm gonna graduate, or a bright future is waiting for me. But suddenly Taliban came and they just banned us from going to school, and we're all just forced to stay home. And this is what happened to us. Nobody's sure what will happen to their children after going to school. We're all depressed here. I'm just thinking of what if the next generation they just decide not to send their children to school just because the experience, the situation that we are living here. What if they say, if I send my child to school, what if the government take over and the other power came on and what will happen to my child if they suddenly force my child to stay home and not go to school anymore? What will happen to her? And this is what I'm thinking about. And I'm just kind of sure it will happen to the next generation if the next generation's parents, they decide themselves not to send their children to school just because the security problems and their children's safety, their health, mental health, and stuff like that. I'm just thinking about that. I feel sorry for the girls who are banned from going to school in Afghanistan.
You know, this is something that personally affects you, and just hearing you talk about the restrictions on girls specifically, it's really heartbreaking. So Freshta, what would you like to add about that?
I think first of all, I'd say that what our girls are asking back in Afghanistan is a valid question, but they must be knowing that they hold certain level of power. They hold the power to change their lives in the capacities that they are currently. And I think Sadaf is an example of that. She's talking about it, she's demanding the change. My generation, all of us, even if we're outside of Afghanistan and we have left the country for security reasons, every day and night we are working. And I think many other girls who are not Afghans across the world are showing their solidarity. And these all are giving me personally hope that we're going to change the situation. Afghanistan faced this similar ban in 1929 for the first time for nine months. Then in 1996 to 2001 for the first time when Taliban came, and now it's the second time. So we have seen this before. And last time when I was a child, this happened. I was 2-3 years old and Taliban came. And there were many secret schools. People started studying at home and people advocated, and we changed the situation. I think my biggest message is that we're going to get out of this. We have had a lot of achievements. Just quickly on achievements. In 2001, only 100,000 children were going to school because Taliban had banned the country. The country was going through war. But in 1920, last year, this time, 10 million children were going to school. And 39% of them were girls. We had girls representing Afghanistan in international competitions. Sadaf herself had participated in mathematics competition and got second prize across the world. So there were so many achievements that we had. This is a very difficult time, but we will get through this.
Yeah, that was inspiring, Freshta. You and Sadaf are just both girl bosses. I just want to say that. Vivian, I also know that you do a lot of work in improving girls' education, as you mentioned before. So what is the current state of that for you? And could you also speak to the progress as well as the challenges?
First of all, I would like to thank my fellow panelists for sharing their stories. It's very heartbreaking to hear what's happening in Afghanistan, and thank you again, Sadat, for sharing your story in a very authentic way. It inspires us, but also motivates us to know that the work is not yet done, and we have to continue amplifying the voices of girls like yourself and many other girls in Afghanistan and in war-torn countries across the world that demands access to education so that they can take charge of their lives. So going back, a lot has been shared by the other panelists, but I also want to, something that I've really noticed in my country, but also across the continent traveling, is the interest of the local leaders pushing for girls' education. And for me, I've always said that if it doesn't start from the ground, there's no way it's going to be sustainable, and there's no way it's going to be long lasting. And that's very important when it comes to girls' education, because when you're thinking about empowering a girl, you're not only empowering one person, you're empowering the community that she comes from. And when you're going to educate that girl, you just can't uproot her from our community, right? You need to educate the community where she's coming from, why it's important to educate girls, why it's important to empower girls, and how they can become change agents in their own communities. And now the fact that I'm seeing a lot of local leaders, the chiefs, coming out to support girls' education, I think for me, it's very inspiring and very motivating, because then I know that the change is coming from the ground. And if it comes from the ground, then it's a sustainable change that will be able to have ripple effects in the many coming years. But again, there are other issues that we need to address when it comes to MHM, menstrual hygiene management. Many girls drop out of school when they get to their adolescent age. And that's because they don't have just a toilet where they can be able to freely change their sanitary pads in a dignified way. And majority of the girls don't even have sanitary towels. If you look at many countries even across the continent, sanitary towels are still taxed at a very high percentage. When menstruation is a biological cycle that no girl, no woman has control over. I mean, it's a passage that we all have to go through. So why would you tax, a biological cycle, right? So the fact that sanitary towels are still being taxed very highly, most girls are forced to drop out of school to be able to sometimes work so that they can be able to buy sanitary towels, or just never go back to school as a result of a biological cycle. So that's very demotivating when it comes to girls' education. And also COVID-19 has really impacted girls' education. Many girls, the progress that we had pre-COVID has sort of like been taken back a couple steps as a result of the impacts of COVID-19. The teenage pregnancies have gone literally exponentially high, and then girls' marriage has also gone high, and also girls dropping out of school to be able to support their families. So they're supposed to work to put food on the table because their parents lost their jobs, or they lost their parents as a result of that. So technically they become the next caregivers, and as a result, the burden put on the younger. So I've seen a lot of that. The statistics are out to support that. But again, I'm seeing there's a renewed momentum. We have the Transform Education Summit happening in September, and there's a lot of conversations around girls' education, but conversations alone are not enough. We also need investment in girls' education. So we need to see countries increasing their domestic allocation funds to girls' education. We need to see the multilateral, the private sector coming on board for us to ensure that it's not just a conversation, but it's also a reality on the ground. And also supporting countries like Afghanistan, where girls are being denied access to education. If we put pressure on Afghanistan government, we'll be able to get girls back in school. And that's why what Fresha said that there's some light, but it's just going to take us time for us to see that light. And the only way we can be able to see light for the girls in Afghanistan and the girls in Ukraine and all these countries that are impacted by war is through putting pressure, but also continuing to stay in solidarity and advocating for girls' education. And also to the Gallup youth leaders, I think this is the time for you to raise your voices for girls' education. Learn from each other, collaborate, exchange information and knowledge, exchange tools on social media on how you can be able to share your work, share your message, but also rally one another, because it's only in our collective voices that we can be able to bring changes to our community, but also bring the attention of the global community to girls' education, and also girls' education in war-torn areas such as Afghanistan.
And, it's so impactful to hear all of your perspectives and just seeing you shine a positive light, especially when striving for change for young girls. And thank you so much, everyone, for hopping on this panel to speak about the importance of girls' education. I absolutely love speaking to all of you. It was so, so powerful. And I really love what you guys are doing. Continue doing that. It's absolutely amazing. And I know so many girls would be inspired after hearing this. So yeah, thank you guys so much for just being here today and speaking about your experiences and the advice that you have for other young girls. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having us.
Miss O Cool Girls is a proud sponsor of Girl Up.
Miss O Cool Girls is the first NFT project designed to celebrate and support girls.
One that can change our world for the better with education, inclusion, and involvement.
Empower these young girls to become the next generation of changemakers.
Because the best thing about girl power is that over time it turns into woman power.
That was such an eye-opening conversation. Equal access to education is a human right, and the sooner global governments recognize that, the sooner we can progress.
And education comes in many different forms. There is the formal education, usually learning classes, And then there is informal education, or the knowledge we gain outside of the classroom, while our previous session talked about the power of the former. Our next two sessions will delve into the power of the latter.
Reshma Saujani is a long-term disruptor of the narrative that women must choose between a profession and parenthood. As an advocate for girls' economic empowerment and equal opportunities for women in STEM, Reshma is teaching girls the importance of planning their futures the way they want, regardless of what society may dictate. Girl Up leader Charmeka sits down to discuss this with her. Please join us in welcoming Reshma and Charmeka.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And hello, Reshma. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. So, Reshma, society often glorifies this idea that, women can do it all with ease and a smile, have that exciting career, be a mother or caretaker. Can you tell us a bit about your experience during the pandemic and how you realized that something fundamentally had to change?
So, Charmeka, I found myself in the pandemic with 2 little kids, running Girls Who Code, and it nearly broke me. And I have resources. And I learned the hard way that, having it all is just a euphemism for doing it all. So much about what we've been telling women is the big lie. We've told them to just find a mentor, color code your calendar, like just the corner office is just an express train, just jump on it, just girl bust your way to the top and lean in. And we've been trying to fix the woman instead of fix the structure. And the reality is across the world, 2/3 of caregiving work is done by women. So before women even get to the office or get to their job, they've already done 2.5 jobs. And this has reached a breaking point for so many. And the pandemic just exposed something that we've always known. And now's a moment for real change.
And during the pandemic specifically, we saw an exodus amount of, women leaving the workforce to take care of their children or family, far more than men making the decision, probably because of gender roles they're assigned. What do you think will be the long-term effects of this reality? And, what do you think we as activists can do to ensure all women and girls have, a real choice in where and how they can work?
What terrified me was seeing the ramifications of the lack of a care structure on my students. So many of my girls had done everything, to take that computer science class, to get to that internship, and they were just so excited to start college. And so many of them had to essentially put off their plans because their parents were essential workers, and they had to stay at home and caretake, for their younger siblings. And so you saw so many dreams die on the vine. You saw, again, generations of young people, young women who've essentially been set back because we know that girls are the ones that are having to do that caregiving work and having to give up their schooling, their opportunities, and their dreams, for this.
And I think this is what they call time poverty, girls having less amount of time to pursue what they actually want. That is so true. I mean, the decision that they took now definitely impacts the future generations coming in. And the pathways that are presented to girls, who are looking to plan their future are often binary, either prioritizing work or parenthood. What advice would you give to young women planning their careers or setting their goals right now?
This is a hard question, Charmeka. I struggle with this, right? Because for so long we've told girls to you could be everything, you could be anything, just, work really hard and, get to the top. But we also know that, a lot of young women want to be mothers, and we know that kind of this deal that we've made to participate in the workforce is that we're going to have to hide our motherhood, or sacrifice our motherhood or, be having to make unconscionable choices. My parents were refugees. And so from the time I was, 8 or 9, I was a latchkey kid, and I grew up in a community that didn't have a lot of people of color. And I think about how, my sister would pick me up at school every day and we would run home and then run in the house and just lock the door and hide. And I think about my mother at 3:45 and how she felt about her 2 babies having to do that. And so I want this next generation of girls, to take on caregiving, and to take on and to build a better world, than we have left them with, and to prioritize equality there. And what that looks like is not just about fighting for equality in the workplace, but fighting for equality at home, making sure that men and boys, are doing 50% at least, of the caregiving work, and creating workplaces, where you don't have to hide your motherhood, where we have, paid leave, where we have affordable child care, where we have flexibility, we prioritize, mental health. It is up to this next generation of girls to redefine work and make it work for you.
The way we look at the next generation of work, paid leaves, mental health leaves, and even paternal and maternal leaves are equally important, is what I believe. And this is a very good segue to the next thought or a question I had in mind. That is, how can boys or men who are looking to support women in their lives actually play a vital role in creating this change for the next generation?
I have 2 boys. I cried when I found out I was having a boy, because I joke it was so off brand, but so much of what I'm teaching, Sean and Sai, is to be caregivers, is to learn, how to fulfill that role. I take my sons everywhere I go, everywhere I speak, every speech I give. And it's funny, my 7-year-old now is like, Mom, why do you do everything for girls? What about boys? And I'm like, I'm going to keep doing everything for girls and women. I'm going to tell you why. And you're going to be leading this movement with me, as an ally. So I think that we have to think about how we're teaching our boys differently, and how we're actually engaging them in this fight and in this struggle. And, I see this happening with young men. I always tell the story how a couple of years ago, I went to go visit this university that had done tremendous strides in increasing the amount of women in computer science. And I was going to Rochester Institute to talk to the Women in Computing group. And as I go in there, there's a group of boys that are sitting in the back. And I'm like, who are you? And they're like, we're the men who support the Women in Computing group. These young college students had formed a club inside of a club. And they said to me, Ms. Ajani, we know that women face microaggressions. So when there's a microaggression made in a classroom, we're going to stand up. When we come back from a tech interview and we know what the questions are going to be asked, we're going to tell you, but we see it as our struggle too. And we're going to use our power and our privilege to actually be at the front lines. And I think that is the expectation that we have to have for men and for boys.
That is so true. I think that's where Girl Up also stands, right? I think the quote that goes behind Girl Up is, when girls rise, everyone rise. And I think that is very fundamental to be put on in the system itself. And something that you also mentioned in your TED Talk was about how boys are told to be brave and how girls are told to be more of a perfectionist sort of people. But I think both of them have to be trained for both at the end of the day. And although there's nothing called perfection, including the system that we are living in, what kind of political or societal changes do you think we need to see to adequately support women and girls?
Well, one, we need to make sure that we have autonomy over our own bodies, and that we support, reproductive access. And that is a priority, because it begins with having autonomy over your own bodies, period. Secondly, we have to commit to making sure that girls get educated and girls get opportunities. It's why I started Girls Who Code, because we knew that tech jobs were the jobs of the future. And again, as the daughter of refugees, it's like, these are good paying jobs. You can march up into the middle class. And we need girls solving these problems. We need girls sitting at the front lines, finding a cure to cancer, COVID, and climate. We need them sitting around the table, so we don't have, apps or programs, that are racist or sexist, that are, inclusive to all, non-binary and trans. And so girls are, uniquely situated to understand and have the empathy and the commitment to equality and inclusion. And so we need young women and girls and women sitting at the forefront, of this. And we got to focus on leadership. So much of the decisions that are being made are being made without us in the room, but they affect us. And, this recent decision on reproductive access is an example of that. And so we have to continue to be pushing women to lead, which is why it's like, I'm on a mission to to root out the word imposter syndrome. The reality is 72% of, high school valedictorians are women. The majority of those with college degrees are women. The majority of those getting their PhDs and master degrees are women. We are prepared. We are ready to lead. We are qualified. So don't let anybody tell you that you need to take another course, that you have to learn how to do a power pose, that you need to build more confidence, that you just have to get one more thing. No, you are ready. So lead.
Even in the sense of high school, I think it is both having equitable number of opportunities for girls and boys. And like you mentioned, the representation part is very important. I think men taking decisions for a large part of women in the country doesn't make sense, maybe in any developing country or developed country.
People don't give up power easily. And so the other thing I'm really encouraging girls to do is build your own thing. Yeah, I always joke that if I had applied for the Girls Who Code job, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. And so what I've been doing my whole life is building organizations, building ideas, building funds, be a builder, create your own version or vision of equality, and you will build it as it will be inclusive. So I do want to make sure that we are continuing to encourage girls to be innovators and builders, because you're ready and we need you.
Absolutely love that point. Thank you so much, Reshma, for joining me. You're such an inspiration to me and so many other girls at Girl Love. Thank you so much for joining me once again.
Thank you for having me.
It's with my great pleasure to now introduce Emmy-nominated television host and author Karamo, whose valuable self-care strategies on Netflix Square High have taught people around the world how to embrace authenticity and compassion to fully live the lives they desire. Karamo advises Gallup leader Araceli on all things positive emotional health. Welcome, Karamo and Araceli, to the Gallup stage.
I don't know about you all, but I am super excited to engage in a very thoughtful and insightful conversation with the one and only Karamo Brown. So Karamo, how are you today?
I'm good, Araceli. How are you doing?
I'm great. So why don't we just jump right in? As youth activists, we sometimes feel a lot of pressure to be the ones leading the movement for social change, and can then push ourselves to the max to help build this better world for ourselves, for everyone, sometimes at the cost of a better world for ourselves. Do you have any tips on balancing self-care with society care, and how to recognize when we should prioritize one over the other?
Well, I will tell you this. First of all, I thank every single person who is young that is stepping up and doing the work, because as we know, there should be people who are older who are doing this work, but unfortunately, your strength, your knowledge, your tenacity has stepped up and filled in those gaps. But to answer your question, how do I know when enough is enough? When you know. That day that you say, I'm exhausted, I feel tired, when you're like, you see yourself drifting off, or you want to be on your phone more than talking about a conversation, when you just know that you need a break, take the break. The thing is that putting pressure on ourselves is a very slippery slope, because unfortunately, as much as we want to help and as much as we want to give, if we don't help and give ourselves, you'll never be able to fully accomplish the things you want to accomplish. You know, many of us understand the term burnout, but if you don't, burnout is where you just find yourself working, and then one day you realize you don't have the fuel in you anymore to keep going. And so to solve and to make sure that you don't get to that place where you're burnt out, you have to make sure that you are the priority. The world is constantly changing, the world is constantly evolving, and the world constantly needs help. But if you don't help yourself first, then the world will never get better. And so I just say, take those pressures away. Give yourself permission to say, today, I need to take care of me.
Yeah, I completely 100% agree with that. You know, with the social activism movement, it's kind of hard sometimes, and we get overwhelmed because one problem comes up after another, and it feels like we have to tackle all these problems, but it's kind of hard to tackle the problem if you're not in check with yourself. So I completely agree. Yep.
Yes.
So we always have to take that time to make sure we're ready and we're mentally prepared for ourselves so that we can take on the movement for better change. So 100% agree with that. So continuing on, you've written an incredibly thoughtful children's book entitled I Am Perfectly Designed, on how we should celebrate and love exactly who we are. So do you have a go-to mantra, quote, or maybe an activity you say or do to remind yourself of this whenever you are struggling with self-esteem and feel less than perfectly designed?
Well, the thing is that we all struggle with our self-esteem. Even me, and I just turned 40, I still struggle with it. It's something that we all do constantly. And I want to remind people, I want everyone in here, if you're going to be honest with ourselves, how many of us wake up in the morning and the first thing that we do is we start to criticize ourselves? And anyone here can know what I'm talking about. You get up, you start getting ready for school, for work, for whatever your day is going to be. And you get into the mirror and you're like, oh, this doesn't fit right. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at my hair. It doesn't look, We just start downing ourselves. We just start saying to ourselves that things don't look right, that we are not enough, that we're not okay. And when it comes to our self-esteem, the same way that we practice saying negative things about ourselves, we have to equally, but more so, practice saying positive things about ourselves. So one of the practices I try to encourage people with is that in the morning time, the minute you wake up, the minute you hear yourself saying something negative, stop and say something positive about yourself and focus on that one thing. For instance, like, this morning I woke up and this eyebrow, I don't know if you can see, is arched, very cute. And I was like, oh, my eyebrows are giving today. They're looking cute. And I literally have all day thus far, every time I start to feel down, anytime I'm starting to feel like, like I don't feel comfortable in this space, I say to myself, but you know what, your eyebrows are cute today. And I know it may sound silly, but it gives me just enough courage to not doubt or down myself, to tell myself that I am enough, that I'm okay. Because sometimes if we don't tell that message to ourselves, the rest of the world won't. And if the world does, we won't believe it. So I encourage people to wake up and say something good about yourself. Because I'm looking at you right now, and Araceli, you are slaying. The hair looks beautiful. The smile is beautiful. The eyebrows are on point. Yes. And the thing is that sometimes we have to just be reminded of that, because it's so easy to fall into a pattern of thinking of how we're not enough instead of remembering that we are enough and that we are perfectly designed. And so if you use that throughout your day, it starts to give you the reminder to practice your self-esteem daily, because self-esteem is not something that's going to appear one day and stay around. You got to do the work daily to remind yourself that you are beautiful and that you're enough.
Completely agree with that. And you mentioned, like, it's really the little things that matter. If you start just a little bit every day, just like giving you that little compliment, whether it's about your eyebrows, your hair, whatever, like, it really just helps build up that self-esteem. So completely agree with what you said there.
Exactly.
So furthering on, sometimes even if we think we're perfectly designed, the world may not seem that as so, with our parents, relatives, other friends, and community members from previous generations may not really understand this, especially when it comes to the LGBTQIA+ community, their discrimination, and their rights. So do you have advice on how we, as youth, can have these important yet sometimes difficult conversations about the community and in an open and compassionate way?
Yeah, the thing is that unfortunately, there are individuals who don't see the love that we deserve, who don't see the love and respect that we deserve. And so it becomes frustrating, especially when those individuals are people that you have grown up with in your household. But the first thing I say to any one individual that wants to have those conversations is, how are you protecting and loving yourself? Because the thing is that it's great to want to communicate and educate the world, but you can never put yourself in danger. And the thing is, when we think about danger, we usually think about physically, but we don't think about emotional and mental danger. We don't think about that, having your mother say something to you that you can't say something back because it's your mom, puts you in emotional danger, because you find yourself feeling in a place where it's like, well, I guess I have to accept this abuse. I guess I have to just deal with it. You might vent to your friends, but when you're with your mom or your sister or your cousin, you can't say it back because they're your elders. And so you feel like you have to just take what they say. So the first thing I'm going to say is, are you safe? Are you in a place mentally, emotionally where you're safe, where you'll be protected? And if you're not, how can you build that protection around you? And I think that's the first thing people need to realize, because it's easy to say, like, oh yeah, go talk to your mom, and go talk to your dad, go talk to your aunt. But if you've grown up in a household where their opinion matters to you, where what they say has power, it's hard to sometimes just fight against that. When you've been in a pattern where you've heard the same language over and over again in a household, it's hard to fight against that, but know that you can. Know that you do have the power and strength in you, but know that you first need to find a way to protect yourself and to make sure that you're okay. Understand that you have to have people there who sometimes can be an ally. Something for me, listen, I grew up in an immigrant home. I'm first generation American. And so some of the things that I was expected to do, that I was told that I have to do, things that I couldn't say, where I could go down a list for you, girl, you'd be like, oh my gosh. But I realized when I was starting to protect myself, like, who in my family here sees what I'm seeing, understands that this could be emotionally or mentally abusive to me, and wants to be there to support me. So that way, if I feel like I'm losing my voice in this moment, they can be an ally to speak up for me. And so for me, it was one of my oldest sisters. I was like, girl, you see what's going on? I'm being gaslit right now. They are talking to me in a way that, I can't say nothing back because this is mommy and daddy. What do? And they were like, you know what? Let me be there for you. So I would bring them to the conversations, and I would say, if there's a moment where I felt like I didn't have my voice, they knew to step in and support me so that my voice could be amplified, even if it was through them in that moment. So that was the first thing I would say to somebody who wants to have these harder conversations, regardless of they're in the LGBT community or no matter what community they're in. Secondly, I would say, know that you don't have to do the work for them. Know that they have the ability, just like you, to get on Google and Google whatever they need to learn. You can start the conversation. You can allow them to understand that it's important for them to learn, but you don't have to be their teacher. You do not have to put yourself in that pressure where now you have to teach them every single thing, because that can become equally as difficult in that fight to receive your rights. So as you're finding your ally, as you're trying to educate them, know that you do not have to be their teacher. And thirdly, just know that you deserve respect and love always. So if the language or actions they are using does not align with respect or love, you do not have to sit there and take it. You do not have to sit there and listen to it. It is okay to say, no, this is enough. I'm going to respectfully walk away. It is okay to say that, because for a long time, I thought that I had to listen to abusive language. For a very long time, I thought that I had to endure abusive or mental language because that made me seem like, look, I'm powerful. I'm doing the work. And it was like, this is not doing the work. This is only hurting me. So what I want to do right now is let you know that I respectfully decline everything you're saying, and I'm going to walk away. And it was okay. And it gave me that sort of empowerment to know, like, I don't have to take this. And as you're doing these things, finding your community who can help there, be a voice for you, as you're teaching the person that they can do their own research, you're also learning that you can walk away, and that's okay too.
Definitely respect, saying no, and allyship are just some key things to take away from that.
Amen.
And really great. Yes. So as we quickly wrap up, throughout your career as a television host and personality, you've helped so many people reinvent themselves, whether it's tapping into closed off emotions, mending relationships with estranged family members, or helping people recognize their true self-worth.
Oh, girl, you've been watching Queer Eye. You've been watching Queer Eye. Okay, I see you.
So my question is to you is, what's the very first step each of us should take if and when we're ready to begin some similar journeys?
Listen, the first thing is comparison is the thief of joy. Reminding yourself of that. Say it with me. Comparison
is the thief
of joy. Because the thing is, as you're going on that journey, you have to realize that you end up starting to look at what other people are doing, what they're saying, how they're acting, and you start to take away from who you are as a person. We live in a culture right now where we all know this. You get on social media, and the minute you start seeing somebody else, you're like, oh my gosh, why don't I have that? Why am I not doing that? And as much as we want to pretend like it's not happening, it happens to all of us. We all start looking at someone else's lives and thinking like, oh, instead of using it as inspiration, it can sometimes make us feel down. And so the thing that I do is, you're wanting to be in these conversations and starting to help people and help yourself and be better. You have to first remember, you can't compare yourself and you can't compare your journey. You have to love yourself right where you are every single day. And the minute you start to love yourself right where you are every single day, you stop looking at what other people are doing. You stop looking at them and saying, oh, well, I'm not where they are. Because you say, oh, you know what? I'm happy right where I'm at. Because even though you're somewhere, we all know that we can take a step to get somewhere else, and that is fine. We all know that if I don't have something today, doesn't mean I'm not going to have it tomorrow. And so as you're having these conversations with yourself to build your own self-esteem, to be an ally for this world, to gain the respect you deserve in your own life, you have to remember you can't compare where someone else is. Only just look at yourself and know that you have the tools, the love, the skills, everything already inside of you. It's what we talked about earlier when I said perfectly designed. You are perfectly designed as you are. And if no one's told you that, let me be the first. And trust me, that will start you on the journey to being your best self.
Yes, love yourself, love others. That's the main thing in life, isn't it?
It is. It's funny how it takes us a long time to realize it. Listen, and it's a journey that never stops. I promise you, I've talked to some 70-year-olds and I'm like, hey, do you still have this? And they're like, yep. And I'm like, what? So it's constantly practicing, but we all can do it.
Yes, completely 100% agree with that. Well, thank you so much, Karama, for taking the time out of your day to engage in this really thoughtful conversation with me. I know I took a bunch of stuff away from this conversation, and I hope that you all did too. So now I'm going to kick it back to our MCs, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the summit.
To say that conversation made me rethink how I basically approach my entire present and my future is an understatement.
Yeah, what really stood me out was when Karama said about comparison being the thief of joy. I mean, a lot of time we tend to compare ourselves to others, but we are actually better. We are the best version of ourselves. I never considered looking at other people and what they're doing as the ability to take away who I am as a person anyways.
Well, something that brings me a great joy, though, is seeing when other youth activists like me are successful at leading movements. Our next session featuring Utopia and Bye Bye Plastic Bags founder, Melitha Wisen, and climate change activist and mental health advocate Tori Choi shares the inside scoop on how to start a successful youth-led organization to advocate for the causes you care about. Let's tune into this exciting panel moderated by Girl Up leaders Eve and Isabella, starting now.
Oh, thank you so much, MCs. Thank you for bringing us today. We're going to have such a great time. We have amazing guests. So please, Eve, let me know, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling casual. I'm feeling great and excited for this conversation with Tori and Lati joining us today. How are you guys doing as our guests?
I'm doing really, really well. Thank you so much. The sun is actually shining in England, so I feel very grateful for that because we don't get the sun that often.
And here in Bali, Indonesia, it is, I think now nighttime, so I've got my cup of tea with me and wrapped up a really, really great day. But honestly, I'm so excited for this conversation. Thank you for having us.
Amazing, Melati, Tori. We have been waiting for this moment. So please let me introduce you that first question. What has your journey been like becoming an activist and founder of your organizations, Utopia and Back Activist Collective? When did you start and what prompted you to begin this journey?
Tori, do you want to kickstart or
shall I? Go for it. Yeah.
Honestly, the journey has been insane. I started when I was 12 years old. And when I started, I had no idea of the word change maker or activist. It was simply this moment, this feeling that I saw a problem and wanted to take action. And then it's been a roller coaster. I always say there's never a dull moment because there's always something happening. A lot of lessons learned. And I'm excited to dig deeper into all of that throughout the conversation. But Tori, what about you? How's your journey been like?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm from Hong Kong. I now live in the UK, but a lot of my environmental activism started in Hong Kong. It's a very densely populated city with a huge plethora of different environmental issues, and everything from conservation to land reclamation. And all of these issues really prompted me to want to go down this route of activism. But it wasn't actually until, you know, in the last few years that when we founded our organization, Bad Activist Collective, we wanted to draw lots of connections between the climate crisis and other social justice issues, because these connections exist. And I think part of why we started the Bad Activist Collective was to firstly draw on all of these different perspectives, but secondly, dismantle the guise of perfectionism in activism. We call ourselves bad activists by virtue of the fact that we're imperfect and we're human. And we really want to normalize conversations for people to feel like they don't have to be perfect to start creating change in their communities. And for us, that was so important, because I think a lot of people get really afraid of, you know, making that first step to committing to any particular cause because they don't think they're good enough. So yeah, we wanted to create a space that was really all about dismantling that idea of perfectionism.
Thank you so much for both those answers. I learned quite a lot in just learning that it's a journey and it's not an overnight thing that happens and you just have an organization. So as a founder myself, I've experienced a lot of challenges, and I'd like to know, what was a challenge that you did not expect to encounter creating your organizations, and how did you solve the challenge that you encountered? And based on this experience, what is a piece of advice that you give or share with the young people watching this right now, interested in starting their own organizations?
Oh, I can take this one. I mean, Eve, you were mentioning such a relevant reflection after Tori and I both shared just now, the fact that, you know, you don't have an organization overnight. And I think for me, having started at such a young age, at 12 years old, honestly, I thought we were going to achieve the change, the vision of making Bali, the island that we grew up in, plastic bag free, at least, you know, during the summertime before school started again. We thought easy peasy, you know, it won't take forever to get Bali to ban plastic bags. And little did we know, something that we had to learn the hard way was that change doesn't happen overnight either. And that persistence, that commitment, you know, the feeling of never giving up is something that we had to learn. And also, how did we overcome that? Surrounding yourself with a team. And honestly, sometimes I feel like, you know, where do you start to build a team? Remember that you can depend on the closest friends around you, other students from your school, reach out to your teachers, try and find like-minded people within your community. You don't have to go big or find a full-time team all at once. It's about starting with the people in your circle, getting them to feel passionate and aligned with the same vision, and then working from there to grow. So that's really how we overcame that, you know, bigger picture, longer term activation within Bye Bye Plastic Bags.
That's really inspiring, Melati. And I think a lot of people can learn from that idea that, you know, change doesn't happen overnight. And I can definitely testify to that, because something that Bad Activists has really tried to do is figure out what our main goal is. With something as broad as, like, we don't have to be perfect in activism. That's great, but what is it that you actually want to do? And I think a lot of the time when people start organizations, you know, you want to change the whole world. And that's something that is really admirable, but sometimes that can be really overwhelming. And so for us, a huge part of what we wanted to focus on, and this is something that has really evolved in the last year, is this idea of regenerative and wellness spaces for young people and activists, because a lot of us are burnt out. A lot of us are constantly working to try and create the future that we want. And for us, we wanted to create a humanizing space which is dedicated to not only dismantling perfectionism, as I've mentioned, but also creating tools and spaces that benefit people. And, you know, I'll get into it in a bit, but for us, that was the biggest challenge. And so my piece of advice for folks would be, you know, sometimes it is okay to start off small. There are big issues that we want to tackle, but at the end of the day, you know, we also have to be realistic. It doesn't take just one person to do all of the work. It takes a community. And so, you know, really work together with other people and achieving those goals bit by bit. So yeah, start small, but think big.
I totally love your answers, girls. I love the fact that you love the sense of community. You are always looking for a team and you are realistic as an activist. That's really important, and that's something we need to be willing to learn. So let's start with the next question. As a climate activist, what have you learned about the connection between climate change and gender inequality? Please, in this case, Tori, start, and then we go with Melody.
Yeah, for sure. So, I think for a lot of people in the climate space, we now really understand that social justice is a huge part of what we call climate justice. And in doing so, we recognize as well that women and girls and people of most marginalized genders are going to be disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. But also in understanding that, we can recognize that women and girls are part of the solution to climate change, not only through empowering women and giving them autonomy to their education and their bodies, but also in understanding that there is an element of care that is associated with femininity and essentially, well-being that we really need to harness. And for me, it's not surprising that the majority of people that I come across in the environmental space are women and girls. I think most of the people that I work with in my team we obviously have some amazing men who are allies as well. But I think that is a testament to the reality that, we have always been on the front lines of change. And when you are marginalized to any degree, you are willing to take a stand for what is right. And the other thing that I want to mention very briefly is that I'm writing a book at the moment, and a lot of it is about community care. And for a long time, care has been commodified and dehumanized in a way that is associated with femininity in a patriarchal world. And in order to create community structures that are long-term and also very nourishing and healing for people, we have to start embracing these things that have been so stigmatized. So for me, it's a huge part of the stuff that I'm working on at the moment. And yeah, I think that women and girls are the solution.
I mean, with that, Tori, you nailed it. So I'll just, add briefly that I couldn't have agreed or said it better, and really remember the power that we have as girls. I didn't even realize it. That's thanks largely to the childhood that I had growing up. My parents never, made being a girl a barrier to creating change or for standing up for it. And in that sense, super privileged and very lucky to have had that upbringing and that support. But at the same time, as Tori mentioned, if you look left and right, almost all of the activations are very much led by young girls and young women, because I think there's also an element where when we look at a challenge, we see instantly the opportunities. When we see something that's linear and doesn't work anymore, we think immediately, how can we create that into being circular? So I think that there's a lot of excitement in the movement, and especially because of that vision that we have, which is a lot more bigger picture, a lot more long-term. So yeah, I think very exciting time to be alive and to be a girl.
Absolutely agree. What a time to be alive indeed. And so seeing that you've given us such insightful information on how we can create this beautiful link between climate change and gender inequality, as activists, do you think that activism can be a career? We've seen how activism calls for so much time, effort, commitment in order to see the real change. So how do you envision the role of young people in activism as a result of this? Maybe... Yes, you can go.
I'd love to dive right into that one because, I'm sure, Melati, you also get asked this a lot, but constantly I am asked, how do I earn a living? Because, I have to find a job, and how do I marry the things that I'm passionate about with a career, so to speak? And, it's funny because I never thought activism to me was a career. It was something that I really cared about and I would do regardless of what job I had. And it has gotten to the point now where I am able to supplement myself by doing some of the things that I care most about. And that is a huge privilege, and I'm really grateful for that. But I also think that, sometimes it's okay to work in a particular realm or job that doesn't necessarily have activism in it and want to change that space that you're in. I've met a lot of people over the years who are like, oh, I want to be a lawyer and I'm not really sure if, I can do my activism on the side. And then I'm like, but there are so many lawyers who are fighting for environmental rights and also gender equality. That in itself is a form of change and activism as well. And so I think it's about finding what you love and what you really care about and marrying that with what you're interested in as well. And I really do feel like there's potential to create and carve a path for yourself that is not only empowering for you, but also for your community.
Definitely. We all have a role to play, and there isn't one way to be a change maker. Just keep that in mind. Yes, change making, I feel, can be a full-time career. You see it here today, and all the different speakers that you're listening to. This is a full-time, lifelong journey. And it comes in many different ways, shapes, and forms. So it's exactly as Tori said, find whatever you love doing, what you're really good at doing, what your local or global community is looking for, needs, and just go for it. And I think this is also really an important point to bring up. And thinking again back to my 12-year-old self, we didn't have a business plan or a strategy or marketing or even a budget, but hey, we had the passion, we had the focus, and we had the drive. And I had my sister, my best friend. And that's sometimes all you need in order to get started. So don't ever let anything else hold you back. And don't wait until you're older to start making a difference or to start making change making your full-time career.
That's such an amazing answer. So let's go, Eve, please, if you have something in the end to say, because we need to wrap up, but this has such a safe space to talk and learn a lot.
I absolutely agree, Isabella. What a fruitful and insightful discussion we've had. I wish we had more time to dive deeper into the book, to dive deeper into Eastopia, but unfortunately we don't. And so thank you so much for your time, Lati and Tori. Thank you so much to my beautiful co-moderator, Bella. I will now be handing back over to our MCs.
At Horizon, we have achieved pay equity, which means that men, women, and all ethnicity groups receive equal pay for equal work. This puts us amongst the 1% of companies globally that have achieved this target. Our goal is to provide equal access to opportunities, development, and advancement, and to make sure that performance drives pay, not gender, not ethnicity, not background. Please join us in making pay equity a standard and not an exception. Together, we can create a more equitable workplace for all.
Now, it's our great honor to welcome our next speaker to the stage, Anastasia Yevadomani. Unfortunately, we all have witnessed the tragedies unfolding in Ukraine over the past few months. Although many of us have supported relief efforts and shared various ways to assist the Ukrainian people, the injustices continue. Activists on the ground are still fighting for peace, especially for those in marginalized communities. Anastasia is one such activist.
As Executive Director of NGO Coath, a nonprofit organization that supports the transgender community in Ukraine, Anastasia is speaking up against and about the grave injustice in transgender people during this war. In today's conversation with Gallup Ukraine Club leader Maria, she shares how she's finding the courage to turn her hunger into activism and transform those negative experiences into positive outcomes.
This discussion will be in Russian, but English subtitles will be shown. And I hope I'll see it correctly, but добро пожаловать, Анастасия, а также Мария.
Спасибо большое за приветствие. Я очень рада присутствовать в сегодняшнем разговоре. И большое спасибо нашей гости Анастасии Евадомани за присутствие. Так, давайте пройдем к первому вопросу. В интервью вы рассказывали историю о том, как люди реагировали на то, что вы трансгендер. Особенно на мужчину в поезде, который напал на вас, и никто не сделал ничего, чтобы помочь вам. Как вы нашли в себе смелость превратить свой гнев и боль от этого инцидента в активизм?
Во-первых, я бы хотела поприветствовать из Киева, из столицы Украины, всех, кто смотрит нас, всех участниц этого саммита. И мне очень приятно, что меня пригласили в этом году в роли одной из спикерок. Это действительно очень приятно и ценно. Отвечая на первый вопрос, да, у меня было, к сожалению, был такой опыт физического насилия по отношению ко мне. Это был второй год после моего трансгендерного перехода. Я еще, конечно же, выглядела совсем по-другому, чем даже вот сейчас. И был такой неприятный инцидент, он был во Львове, на Западной Украине. Я очень сильно переживала, потому что мне казалось, что это связано с недостаточно хорошим моим там внешним видом, да, гендерной экспрессией, что недостаточно феминно, там, в общем, какие-то были изъяны во мне, что вылилось вот в это насилие. Но когда проходило время, чуть дальше после этого случая, я от него абстрагировалась. Естественно, мне всегда хотелось, чтобы справедливость восторжествовала, поэтому я обращалась в полицию, я обращалась к правозащитным организациям, чтобы они помогли расследовать это. Но, к сожалению, дело было закрыто. Это дало мне еще больше, ну, вот такого воодушевления, настойчивости заниматься активизмом, трансактивизмом. И в первую очередь, знаете, вот в контексте трансактивизма, чтобы все случаи нарушения прав человека, прав трансгендерных людей в моей стране, они все-таки не оставались без ответа. Потому что если их так будет больше, то таким образом, во-первых, и транслюди будут, они просто опустят руки и не будут даже сигнализировать о том, что на них напали и совершили какие-то криминальные действия в отношении них. Поэтому всегда нужна огласка и стараться, даже если ты слабо веришь в систему, что она накажет насильников, надо все равно пробовать всегда, потому что и пробовать менять законодательство, то, над чем сейчас мы, кстати, работаем, чтобы преступления на почве ненависти по признакам сексуальной ориентации, гендерной идентичности, пола, например, да, и многих других признаков, они были наказуемы в государстве, в Украине. То, чтобы повышать видимость таких моментов, да, неприятных, и делать из них какие-то позитивные выводы.
Давайте перейдем к следующему вопросу. Мы знаем, что насилие в отношении трансгендерных женщин поразительно распространенно. Как, по вашему мнению, мы можем работать, чтобы сделать наше общество более инклюзивным для всех и безопасным также?
Ну, я считаю, что вот то, что мы делаем в Украине сейчас, как мы можем сделать безопасным, это повышать знание, информированность о транслюдях и, в частности, о трансженщинах в своей стране, да, через средства массовой информации, через медиа, блогеров, рассказывать, кто такие транслюди, чем они живут, что они такие же граждане и гражданки своей страны, налогоплательщики и так далее. То есть я уверена, что очень много мифов и стереотипов о транслюдях, об ЛГБТ в целом, как раз из-за того, что люди просто не знают, и они боятся этого незнания, они имеют очень много стигмы в отношении транслюдей, потому что у нас сейчас транслюди – это как будто, знаете, как драг-квин больше. Это люди, которые в красочных нарядах выступают где-то. Это обязательно секс-работницы, наверное, должны больше других профессий, наверное, им не подвластно трансженщинам. То есть надо больше повышать видимость, да, чтобы общество знало о том, кто такие транслюди. Возможно, это все происходит, агрессия, вот это вот, да, непринятие из-за незнания, из-за того, что очень многие государственные структуры, где-то церковь даже, да, влияет, по крайней мере, в моей стране, им выгодно вот напускать больше страха и какие-то вот такие стереотипные моменты, догмы, да, запускать в медиа, которые очень успешно и быстро распространяются по всей стране, и, конечно же, транс-людей тогда не берут на работу, и транс-женщин не берут в первую очередь на работу, не дают жилье там, да, и потому что вот у вас так, другая внешность, а в паспорте у вас, в документах у вас другой пол зачастую там, да. Нужно брать все в свои руки, искать, воспитывать молодых лидеров и лидерок, трансактивисток, да, которые будут браться и вместе с союзниками менять существующее положение дел. Такой мой ответ, такое мое видение личное.
Спасибо большое за то, что вы поделились с нами вашим положением. Давайте переедем к следующему вопросу. По вашему личному опыту, какие самые насущные проблемы стоят перед сообществом ЛГБТК+ в Украине, а также в странах, куда бежали многие люди? Какой совет вы бы дали молодым активистам, желающим принять участие?
Ну, сейчас у ЛГБТ-сообщества и у всех людей, которые живут в Украине, одна проблема. И даже те, которые люди уехали, женщины с детьми, у них, конечно же, другие есть проблемы, но часть их семей их мужчины остались в Украине. Да, те, кто остались в Украине, важно очень выжить в прямом смысле. Выжить – это базовые потребности свои, закрывать. И это очень сложно. Мне, конечно, отвечать на этот вопрос – это наиболее сложный вопрос. И мы с этим столкнулись только чуть меньше 5 месяцев назад в таком полномасштабной такой мере. Сейчас стоит вопрос о том, чтобы помочь закрыть гуманитарные потребности какие-то базовые, да, то есть это продукты, это медикаменты, это релокация. Наверное, этим мы помогаем, в частности, да, там я как директор организации, мы помогаем транслюдям, трансженщинам в том числе, и выехать за пределы Украины и получить гормональные препараты, другие медикаменты, предоставить шелтер, это очень важно, безопасное жилое пространство сейчас спрашивают многие. Мы предоставляем продукты питания, средства гигиены и так далее, консультируем, юридическая консультация у нас тоже практически ежедневно востребована. Тем, кто уехал, да, и очень важно социализироваться в новой стране, в новом городе, в новой культуре, языковой среде новой, потому что там необходима помощь местных правозащитных организаций, безусловно. Нужно обращаться, быть тоже активным, учить языки, безусловно. И, возможно, я так думаю, что большинство украинок даже, да, с детьми, они вернутся в свою страну. Не все, да, кто-то успешно останется, закрепиться в тех странах, где они сейчас есть, но многие вернутся все-таки, потому что здесь есть родители, есть мужья, братья, всех тех, кто не смогли выехать, и страну нужно будет восстанавливать. Мы сейчас очень, я сейчас так скажу, что ЛГБТ сейчас люди, они с некоторой перспективой, осторожной перспективой смотрят в будущее, потому что страна уже стала страной-кандидатом в Европейский Союз. Есть определенные критерии, да, к членству, к началу переговоров о членстве. И там есть сфера прав человека, в том числе ЛГБТ-людей. Так вот, есть определенная надежда, что государство Украины, государственные органы власти будут идти нам навстречу ЛГБТ-сообществу. И ратификация Стамбульской конвенции 20 июня этого года еще раз говорит о том, что, наверное, вот эти вот мысли, которые я только что сказала, они не беспочвенны, да. Ратификация дала нам даже такую надежду, кроме страны-кандидата ЕС. Мы сейчас воодушевлены этим. Это хоть какой-то позитив на фоне общих бед и страданий. Я еще хотела бы добавить, если можно, что, да, я не ответила на часть вопроса, молодые активистки, какую бы я советовала, но если вы находитесь в Украине, если вы продолжаете свой активизм или только начинаете свой активизм, то, наверное, все-таки искать союзников, смотреть на опыт людей, перенимать опыт и не тратить свое время, не бояться себя проявлять. Вот когда я начинала, я буквально занималась всем подряд. Мне было так интересно, кроме социализации, да, в женском гендере, мне хотелось просто больше знакомств, потому что я на 100% изменила круг общения. Но это то, что касается транс-женщин, да, то есть не всех ЛГБТ это касается, но в моем случае это было так, то есть я была во многих организациях, я бралась за все проекты и посещала разные мероприятия, мне было жутко интересно, прям совсем интересно, у меня было на все хватало времени. И я считаю, что это был правильный путь, потому что так я тогда хотела и стала тем, кем являюсь сейчас. То есть у меня было очень много активистского опыта, я смотрела, как решаются проблемы 5 лет назад, 7 лет назад. Те, которые мне казались, когда я была просто человеком, не активисткой, там меня никто не знал, мне казалось, что это неразрешимо. Этого никогда не будет в Украине. Но на самом деле нет. Если этим заниматься каждый день планомерно, все это меняется, конечно же. Плюс еще есть обстоятельства геополитические, которые также могут сократить этот путь к изменениям положительным, я не знаю, сократить на десятки лет, наверное, да, как сейчас в Украине происходит.
Спасибо большое за ваш ответ. Я хочу немножко добавить от себя. У нас в кружке Girl Up Ukraine есть девочки, которые идентифицируются как ЛГБТК+. И недавно мы очень часто замечаем, когда встречаемся, тем более сейчас в сегодняшней обстановке, Мы-то живем в более-менее маленьком городке, но у нас очень много беженцев из Харькова, из Сум. И сразу видно, например, как увеличилась популяция в нашем городе. Очень много есть и также людей ЛГБТК+. И очень часто заметно, как они пытаются скрыть себя более-менее, потому что здесь люди маленького города меньше их принимают. И на самом деле это грустно. Мы пытаемся над этим работать сейчас, пытаемся разрабатывать какие-то способы с ними поговорить, найти им друзей, которые будут их принимать такими, какими они есть в новом городе. Это сложно. Переехать вообще из города в город сложно, тем более в такой ситуации. И мы пытаемся им как кружок помочь. Спасибо большое за ваши советы. Я уверена, наши слушатели очень будут заинтересованы ими. Но, к сожалению, это был наш последний вопрос. Я хотела вам, собственно, поблагодарить о вашем присутствии. Спасибо вам большое. И на этом все.
Украина победит.
Украина вперед.
Your story with us and for being a beacon of hope in a dark situation. Thank you, Maria, for your leadership in creating initiatives that support Ukrainian communities in need at this time. And thank you to all of you. Just like we mentioned earlier, being a leader means knowing when to ask for help. And we're grateful to all of you for your support and solidarity.
Speaking of being a leader, I think it's time for another leadership activity. What do you think, Balakis?
Let's do it.
Great. Well, we all know that being a leader requires teamwork. Effective leaders know they can't do it all, and they definitely can't do it all alone. So they often rely on a team of support, sometimes with people across the world. This is why the second major component of Grelup's leadership framework is Leader of Peers.
Speaking of support, Yara, why don't we enlist the help of one of our incredible Gallup Club members to lead this activity?
Wow, I love that idea, and I know just who to ask. Grellup Temple founder, Selin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, Selin. Thanks for joining us. We're just discussing peer leadership, and we're wondering what qualities you think an effective leader of peers should have.
That is a great question. Well, I think every effective leader should be a strong communicator for sure. But in addition to that, they need to have empathy or the ability to sense and understand the feelings of others.
Like putting yourself in a person's shoes and trying to imagine a situation from their point of view?
Oh, exactly. This is so important because when it comes to addressing social problems, empathy really allows leaders to see circumstances from different perspectives and better collaborate with their peers to achieve that shared goal.
So true. We can't do everything ourselves anyway, no matter how hard we might try to.
Oh, 100%. And we have a lot to do, which is exactly why we need collaboration now more than ever. So let's dig a little deeper and discuss how we can actually cultivate empathy in our lives. Here is a little circle. I'm in the center of it, and those who are in it with me are those in my circle of concern. These are people I care about and empathize with already. For instance, my classmates, my family, my Girl Up Club. And here is another circle. There you see. Now I'm going to think of people who are not in my circle of concern at the moment. The bus driver, the cashier at a local shop, or the security guard at our school, for example. This simple diagram really helps me identify who is inside and outside of my circle of concern. It's helpful for me to think about these circles because I frequently interact with those outside of my circle of concern, yet in some instances, I don't even know their names or their struggles, even though they are part of my community.
I see. And the better we understand our community and its unique issues, the better we can work together to solve them.
You got it, Yara. Yes. And that's actually why I'm very excited to hear from our audience as well. I'm very curious. What about all of you in the audience who are inside and outside of your circles of concern? So I want you to take a few seconds to draw your own circle diagrams and share it on your social media platforms. Please do not forget to tag @GirlUpCampaign and @GirlUp_Istanbul so we can all help each other strive to create more empathic communities. Now, the next step to building empathy is kind of the tricky part, is to think about what makes people in both circles feel cared for and acknowledged. And spoiler alert, this will be different for everyone. So from there, we can build our circle of concern to increase our empathy for others, which will allow us to respond to people with kindness and thoughtfulness, regardless of how well we know that person.
Wow, I never thought about empathy in this way, ever. That's so helpful, Celine. Do you have any other tips for strengthening empathy?
For sure. I have 3, in fact. So first of all, listen intently to others. One way I do this is if I'm having a conversation with someone, I try to be present and avoid distractions like my phone. Secondly, try to understand how others feel. This means I have to be more curious and ask better questions. Last but certainly not least, examine my own experiences, privileges, and biases. Because regardless of who we are, we all have biases. It is so important to acknowledge this as part of what makes us human, but also to reflect on these preconceptions, right? This helps me to stop myself from jumping to conclusions or making assumptions about other people and their circumstances. So although these are my 3 tips and tricks for becoming more empathic leaders, I want to hear yours. Let me know how you are building empathy in the comments below.
Wow, I love those. I'm definitely going to work on listening to learn rather than listening to respond. Thanks, Celine, so much for helping us explore what being a leader of peers means and how empathy is essential to peer leadership.
Of course, after all, you know what they say, teamwork makes the dream work. At Girl Up, we really do strengthen our abilities and learn valuable skills by interacting with fellow girl boss change makers all across the globe. So just remember, you already have the power to influence social change, and as leaders who are your peers, we've got your back.
You took the word right out of my mouth, Celine. If you're looking for even more ideas and resources on peer leadership, don't forget to check out our new leadership course on our free e-learning platform, Girl Up Academy, where Celine is featured in. Thank you again, Celine, for your time. We'll talk later.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Celine. And now, a special word from our partner and sponsor, Hershey.
Camila Ribeiro, Marketing Director for Hershey's at Latin America. At Hershey's, we believe that when women are empowered, they lift up their communities with them. We have been on an international journey of celebrating and investing in women in our workplace and community through equal payment, career development, representation and leadership, working with women-owned business through our supply chain, and supporting impactful nonprofit partners like Grow Up, who are leading change around the world for women and girls. In 2022, Hershey proudly partnered with Grow Up clubs around the world for the Hershey campaign, which features women change makers on limited editions at Hershey's Milky Bars designed by women artists. Grow Up, incredible club member and leaders went above and beyond, celebrating with us on social, taking part in local events and conversation, nominating the girls and women who are making an impact and raising their voices to make invisible women visible. We are so excited to continue this work together in the future and want to shout out each and every one of you for the incredible work that you're doing, your dedication, leadership, creativity, and voice. Thank you for bringing Hershey campaign to life this year and for all the work you do every single day to advance equity and opportunity for girls and women around the world.
In a world where women's achievements so often go unrecognized, the Hershey Company is making the invisible women visible. Our Her for She campaign celebrates women by bringing their inspiring stories to life and by creating a virtual sisterhood between invisible women achievers across fields and nations. And it's generating advocacy by partnering with nonprofit organizations that support and empower women through education and guidance in day-to-day challenges. Most importantly, it's helping to empower girls, tomorrow's leaders, so they may be proud, confident, united, and invisible no more. Join the movement now.
Thank you, Ashi, for celebrating and elevating women with Ashi campaign.
While we continue to be proud, confident, and united for change, we can't forget to stop and recognize all our achievements along the way. Today itself, we are so lucky to have such an exciting accomplishment to celebrate together.
That's right, Yara. We're about to be joined by a key scientist at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, Dr. Stephanie Milam. Today has been quite an hectic day for her because NASA has just released the first image from the James Webb Space Telescope. And as a deputy project scientist, she has a lot of important findings to share with us. So get ready, everyone, because this conversation with Gallup leaders Lavinia and Mariana will be a stellar summit moment.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? Hope you're all having a great summit. I'm Lavinia, I'm here with Mariana, and we are joined by the amazing Dr. Stephanie Milam. How are you doing, Dr. Stephanie, with this incredible, amazing day?
It has been such an exciting day. I'm on cloud 9 right now. It's very exciting.
So it's especially exciting for science because we finally have the first science images of James Webb Space Telescope. And after many years of expectations and preparations, for those who might not know, Dr. Milam, can you talk a little bit about the importance of this moment for science?
Absolutely. So we have successfully launched the most complex space telescope mission, unmanned mission that NASA has ever endeavored. This was launched on Christmas Day, of last year. And with that launch, we had a 30-day period of time where we had to unfold this massive space telescope, which is the successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, and send it 1 million miles away from Earth and unfold it with this complex system and key engineering so that we can now explore the furthest reaches of the universe, back to the first stars and galaxies, as well as do things like study planets around other stars and even study objects in our own solar system.
That is so amazing. And I believe you have a few images released today that you're going to share with us. Dr. Milam.
So I am going to share with you 2 of our 5 images that we released today to the public, demonstrating the capability of the James Webb Space Telescope and sort of what it's going to take us on in our journey over the next couple of decades, actually, with science. So the first image that you're going to see is actually called the SMACS Deep Field. This is known now as Hubble, or the James Webb Space Telescope's first deep field image, which is absolutely a misnomer. In only about 12 hours of time, we were able to take this image with one of our big cameras on board. And what you're seeing is a galaxy cluster in the center then a whole series and smattering of other galaxies extending all the way back to 13.1 billion years into the universe. So we're talking the first couple 100 million years of galaxies are present within this image. And those are just the ones that we did our first look at and to understand how far away they actually are. With a little bit more time and a little bit more careful analysis, we'll probably find that some of them are actually even further away and into the distant universe. One of the fun parts about this image is you see that all the galaxies aren't necessarily as look as galaxies as we would expect them to. They're not spiral-like or what we would think of what the Milky Way looks like, for example. Some of them look like they're almost smeared across the image. And this is because that cluster of galaxies in the center of the image is actually acting like a magnifying glass. And so it's stretching the light from even further distances behind those galaxies and causing them to come into our perspective. So we can actually study things that are even more distant than what we can see within the general field of those galaxies. So this is absolutely a fantastic and revolutionary image, and only just a scratch of the surface for what we're going to do with the James Webb Space Telescope. But this is only one of the 5 that we actually released today. The second image that I'm going to show you is sort of the bread and butter of what infrared observatories can actually do. So this image is where stars and planets are actually formed throughout our galaxy. This is the Carina Nebula. And what you're seeing is sort of this fantastic brilliance of mountains of gas and dust where baby stars are being formed. That gas and dust is actually being eaten away at the top of the image by other young stars. But you see all the crazy detail that's coming through in these pictures. Just really opening up our eyes and what the discovery space is for the next generation of astronomers.
Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. But as you said, it's just the scratch surface of what Webb is actually able to do. So that's very incredible. We're looking back at the early ages of the universe. So Dr. Malam, you are directly involved with the James Webb Space Telescope mission. So if you could tell us a little bit about what your role is in the mission and also about how Webb will contribute to your research as a planetary scientist.
Absolutely. So I am a planetary science on the James Webb, planetary scientist working on the James Webb Space Telescope. And so what that means is we designed this huge space telescope that's designed to discover the first stars and galaxies of our universe, really look at the distant universe. But we wanted this telescope to have all the capability, the scientific discovery space that the Hubble Space Telescope has. So that includes studying planets around other stars, but even studying things much closer to home, so objects in our own solar system. So having such an extremely large and sensitive telescope, that proved to be really challenging because objects in our solar system move compared to our background stars and galaxies. And a lot of them, think, for example, Mars or Jupiter or Saturn, are really, really big and really, really bright. So being able to observe these things and all the details that we really want to do at these wavelengths is something that they asked me to come on board and help ensure that we had that capability for the James Webb Space Telescope. My personal science is studying comets. So comets are like the fossils of when our planets formed in our own solar system. So it tells us a little bit about what the environment was like. So if you think to that Carina Nebula image, all that dust and gas that is forming all new stars and planets, some of it's actually preserved and frozen into these icy dust balls. And that is what makes up things like comets or asteroids in our own solar system. So being able to study that in all the detail that we can really tells us a lot about how our own solar system formed, as well as how other planetary systems may be forming, and if they are absolutely different from what we have in our own solar system, or maybe there's something that suggests that they're similar, maybe even something that has planets that look like Earth.
This is as amazing as it is complex. And you have achieved careers that are just a dream for many girls and women around the world. And what would be your advice for girls aspiring to pursue a career in astronomy or related research? What ability should they look for, develop, and how should they prepare?
Absolutely. This is my dream job. When I was 6 years old, I told my mom after I got to visit one of the NASA centers that I was going to work for NASA one day and hopefully be an astronaut. So the first part of that came true. I do get to work for NASA, but I'm working on things that are even beyond what astronauts can do. We're exploring parts of the universe that humankind will never ever get to touch or actually explore in person. So this is a great opportunity. And what my advice is for girls or anybody that wants to work for a space agency, work on the next generation of telescopes, large telescopes being built all over the world, those that are being built in space, or even things that we're planning to do on the moon and Mars in the future, is to absolutely pursue all the sciences, everything from biology to physics and chemistry and astronomy. But you also need to know a lot about the history. Astronomy is absolutely history. We learn from all of the previous observatories, all the other telescopes, the first generation of telescopes, like the Hubble Space Telescope, for example. And we apply that knowledge so that we can then start breaching the new realms of exploration and understanding what that background is and how to make technology improved so that we can actually do things like what we're doing with the James Webb Space Telescope now. Studying the first stars and galaxies took a lot of innovation in our detectors and the technology to build something so large and complex. Also, it is really, really important to be a good writer. Not only are you writing to the scientific community to tell them about your science, but you have to be able to convey your own science to the general public, to students, to girls like yourselves. So understanding how to communicate, how to write is something that's really, really essential and part of being a scientist at NASA. So I hope that is enough inspiration and motivation for anybody to start pushing forward with their dreams. Take every opportunity to meet somebody, introduce yourself, tell somebody, a scientist that you meet, how much you really enjoy what they do and what the passion is that you have that may be related to their own work.
This was such an enriching conversation. Thank you so much for your time and insight.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have a wonderful summit.
Welcome back, everyone. How incredible is it that we were some of the first people to get a sneak peek at those images from the James Webb Space Telescope?
It was definitely out of this world. Wow, well done. With all this excitement though, we can't forget that a successful movement not only leads leaders, but also supporters. Gallup is honored to work with leading global organizations that recognize the importance of uplifting youth activists and equipping them with the resources to succeed. We are pleased to now turn it over to the Chief Human Resource Officer of Caterpillar, Inc., Sherry Johnson, who
Thank you for that kind introduction, and hi everyone.
Message for
My name is
all of
Cheryl Johnson, and I'm the
attendees
Chief
in
Human
the
Resources Officer for Caterpillar and a member of the Board of Directors of the Caterpillar Foundation. Our foundation is a strategic partner to Girl Up. I'm really excited to be here and to play a small role in your 2022 Global Leadership Summit. Kudos to your leaders and your staff who've made this event possible. But even more important, thank you for the day-to-day work that you do on behalf of transforming the lives of young women around the world. You helping them be change makers in their own communities creates a better world for all of us. I'm here today because an important part of our company's purpose is to help our customers build a better, more sustainable world. And more importantly, a part of our foundation's purpose is to help transform global communities to be stronger, more resilient, and more sustainable. Our foundation's partnership with Girl Up is important to us because we recognize that girls face barriers to education, barriers that are caused by poverty, poor infrastructure, and cultural norms, as well as other barriers. We also know that girls who are educated, though, and supported are more likely to participate in the economy and contribute to lifting households, communities, and countries out of poverty. Our foundation's role in that mission is to help close the gender gap in STEM-related careers. Helping cultivate the talent of the 21st century through STEM and vocational education is just one of our passions. Like the theme of this summit, the Caterpillar Foundation is not waiting. Change is now, and we're doing our part to bring about that change. We've partnered with Girl Up since 2013 on programs that emphasize critical thinking, collaboration, while putting people at the center of how to design solutions to solve problems. As a people leader for a global company, I can truly assure you that these skills are all essential to succeeding now and in the future. By virtue of the many accomplishments that you've already achieved, it's evident to me that you demonstrate your leadership, passion, and drive through the work that you do in your camps and local clubs. I can only imagine that some of you may be leading despite your own personal challenges or circumstances. And how do I know that? I know that because I've been there and I've done that. I grew up in Chicago in the 1960s and 70s, and I faced every societal issue that you can name. I've carried the shame of poverty and the hopelessness of racism, sexism, and classism. This world wasn't fair, and I knew it. There wasn't a Girl Up program back then. There wasn't a program to help girls like me. I lived in a society that didn't value me. My community was poor, and scarcity was a normal part of my childhood. My family had one television that didn't work most of the time, so reading was my escape. I loved to read, and I still do to this day. And I would read just about anything to keep my mind off of the world around me. By the time I was 9 or 10, I had read every old book on my grandmother's bookshelf and a few out of my mother's nightstand. I attended 6 different elementary schools as a kid, most of them overcrowded and under-resourced. The teachers would divide our class into different reading groups by ability, and somehow I got grouped with the kids who struggled to read. I knew I didn't belong there, but the teachers were too busy dealing with whatever the challenge was for that day, until Vivian Jackson came along. Vivian was the first teacher who took an interest in me. She caught me in the corner of the classroom one day with a book from one of the higher reading groups, and she stopped to listen to me read. When I noticed that she was standing there watching me, I stopped because I was embarrassed. I thought I wasn't supposed to have that book. She took the book out of my hand and handed me another one from an even higher reading group, which I promptly read and which she asked me to. It was the first time I felt seen. Vivian could see me beyond my circumstances and saw things in me that I didn't see. In time, she exposed me to things and to places that I would have never had the opportunity to see, opening up my mind to the world of possibilities that I didn't even know existed. The interest that she took in me contributed to me becoming the first in my family to go to college, the first to travel across the country and around the world, the first to be a leader among leaders, like you. Vivian became a lifelong mentor and a dear friend to this very day. In Girl Up, you're someone's Vivian. As leaders, you're taking action and making a difference in the lives of other young girls. Don't ever underestimate the value of your contributions. You are the change that the world needs, and we need that change now. Learn from each other, create, innovate, be bold. Use education like STEM programs to create success for yourself and others. You were born with a purpose. You have the DNA of leadership. You have the gift of support from others who believe in your cause. Don't wait. Change is now. On behalf of Caterpillar and the Caterpillar Foundation, thank you for all you do. We are proud to support Girl Up and your critical work.
Thank you, Cheryl, for that valuable advice and your uplifting story of the powerful teachers in our lives. We are grateful for Caterpillar Foundation's continued support in investing in girls' leadership and advancing global gender equality. Here's a very special announcement from our partner and sponsor, Nobel Panacea, on our incredible STEM scholarship recipients.
Welcome, everyone. I am Céline Talabaza. I am the CEO of Nobel Panacea. Nobel Panacea is a high-tech, science-based skincare brand founded by Sir Fraser Stoddart, who was awarded a Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2016. Sir Fraser currently works at Northwestern University, and he has mentored many PhD students, young people just like you, who chose to pursue a career in science. He's convinced that the role of women in science is fundamental for successful research. At Nobel Panacea, we take the role of women in science very seriously. You are in this moment in life where you can decide you will make a difference in the STEM field in the near future, and we want to empower you to do so. So for the third year now, Nobel Panacea is partnering with Girl Up to provide further tools for education of young women. I am personally very proud to be part of the STEM Scholarship Program, sponsoring funding for university education in STEM. So now it's time to announce the 2022 STEM Scholarship Awardees. Irem Kurtz, Precious Igbokubiri, Himikia Saha, Bhargavi Patil, and Tomisin Adebari. Congratulations to the 5 of you. I'm sure you will do wonders.
A big round of applause to all of our Gallup STEM Scholarship winners sponsored by Nobel Panacea. We're so excited to see the gender equality and STEM projects you all be creating at schools or in your communities. Now, on to our next section.
I'm very excited to introduce you to Luwindo, a sexual and reproductive health rights activist from Zambia, who is passionate about ensuring girls in Africa understand their rights and have just access to sexual and reproductive health services. She'll be talking about the issues and myths surrounding SRHRG in her country and her personal experience teaching and advocating for girls to have better menstrual care. Please join us in welcoming her to the stage.
Hi, my name is Luwindo Chivala. I'm from Zambia. I'm the regional leader here, and I'm also running a club, Grow Up in Purple, which focuses on issues to do with gender equality, and also we advocate for sexual reproductive health and rights. We do this through donating of pads to girls and teaching girls about menstrual hygiene and how they can take care of their bodies. So today on Girl Talk, I'm going to talk about sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice. These are the rights that we have over our bodies. And I have entitled the title of my message today as Knowing Your Options. What do you know about these rights and services? What are your options? Yes, I'm going to talk about all that today. So when we talk about these rights and services, girls require to access information, services, and support, which includes a comprehensive sexual education, menstrual hygiene management and facilities, prevention and treatment of HIV, counseling, sexual well-being. A lot of girls in some parts of the world are unable to access these services or rights because of some social cultural norms that are associated with such services. In some societies, girls are condemned because they would want to access such services. And sometimes people that advocate for such services and rights are also condemned because people don't want to talk about these services and rights. For example, I'll talk about menstruation. I started menstruating at a very young age, and I had never had information about menstruation. All they told me is that you are going to be doing this every month. And I had no support system. I had no one to tell me more about menstruation because by then I was in a lower grade, and lower grades do not have access to comprehensive sexual education in my country. So it was very hard for me. So as I grew older, I realized that if I went through such a situation and it was bad for me, I can support other girls, young girls, by giving them information on menstruation, how they can manage their bodies when they're menstruating, what type of products they can use, etc. So many girls from my country miss class because they're menstruating, because they don't have pads, because they don't have anything to use during menstruations. Some girls end up dropping out of school because of this. So I came up with the idea of raising awareness about menstrual hygiene and period poverty, because it is something which affects each and every girl, and it has its own negative impact on gender equality. Yes. So what do I do? I read about these rights, and I realized that I can go to places where girls do not have enough money to buy pads because pads are expensive. I talk to them, I teach them on how they can take care of themselves, and also help them understand why their bodies change in such a way. So knowing your option basically means that you can also advocate for such rights. You can also advocate for such services. Make sure you check your country's constitutions. What do they say about these rights and services? And then you can take it up to there. You can always find support from organizations that are already there, that are already existing. Go there, access this information, and be there to help someone out there. Thank you very much.
Work you're doing. And I believe that we need to educate more girls on period poverty and how to maintain themselves during their menstrual cycle. Such an important talk, anyways, on such an important topic. Over to you, Yara.
Recently, conversations about reproductive rights have been rightfully dominating the news around the world, as many countries are facing increasing restrictions against a woman's right to choose. Although this may seem like a recent development to some, our next round of panelists has been advocating for sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice for far longer than the current news cycle.
Listen in as they discuss the importance of giving all young people access to services that enable them to make good decisions about their lives and removing barriers that make it harder to do so.
They'll also be taking a question or two from the audience, so make sure to add your questions to the Q&A section in the side panel. Without further ado, please help me welcome our expert panel SRHR activist Lola Cynthia, project coordinator at RFSL Malmo, Sophie Beria, executive director of the Reproductive Health Network of Kenya, Nelly Muniasa, and moderator GoLab leader Alua.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much, Yara, for the introduction. And I just want to say that it's such an honor to be here with you ladies this evening, afternoon, or wherever, whatever time it is that you're joining from. And I'm beyond excited to be sharing this time with you all. And now, without further ado, I'd like to invite you all to move into the discussion. We have a couple of questions prepared for you. And the first one is, what motivated you to become an SRHRJ advocate? I would like to ask you to take turns to answer. Sophie, would you please go first?
Yes, I would love to. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here. I guess for me, the answer is quite easy. I grew up in Georgia, which is a predominantly very patriarchal community. Growing up as a woman, growing up as a queer woman, it has always been difficult systemically, education-wise. There have always been barriers. So, you know, that sort of led me to my activism and my work.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sophie. Lolo, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to be part of this panel discussion. I think just like Sophie, my activism also started from a personal struggle. I'm Nigerian, so I grew up in a predominantly Igbo neighborhood, Igbo community where issues around sex, sexual and reproductive health were really shrouded with a lot of secrecy. And if you add the fact that we are also I also lived in a patriarchal society due to the lack of knowledge and due to the stigma and the shame surrounded by SRS and around our sexual and reproductive health, it gave room for a lot of abuse, a lot of violence. And the awareness of that vicious cycle or that unhealthy cycle led me to start my journey into SRH education and activism, because if I can close that loop by providing knowledge and also, on the other hand, fighting for women's rights and reproductive health, I can really tackle it from both sides. So that's really my journey.
Thank you so much for sharing this, Lolo. Nelly, would you like to answer next?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, and really excited to be, participating and contributing to this very amazing conversation where we see young girls taking the mic and speaking up. Just like Lulu and my other colleague, I grew up in the western part of Kenya, where women were not supposed to be heard. Women were married off early, and their dowry was used to pay off the boys' school fees. So basically, boys were given more opportunities than girls. I grew up in a society where, women were supposed to be in the kitchen, their role was basically in the kitchen. Thanks to my parents that provided very good education to me, and I ended up in nursing school. Nursing school provided me with an opportunity to be able to speak up and fight for the rights of women and girls. And I found an opportunity with the organization that I currently work with, to be able to, be the voice for the girls and women in our country, and be able to even hold the, government accountable. Our society is basically patriarchal, and we have struggled over the years, even for the, gender equality, just to make sure that women take up some of the very progressive positions in the country. Having the women, even just speaking up has been a problem. So those are some of the things that really pushed me into the woman I am today, into the nurse that I am today, to speak up for the women and girls back in our country in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. This is very impressive, the job that you're doing. And thank you so much for sharing your stories. On to the next question. Could you please share what does body autonomy means to you, and how do you think it's connected to sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice? Sophie, would you like to go first again?
Yeah, sure. I guess bodily autonomy for me is the complete opposite of what the US Supreme Court did quite recently. It means being able to make informed choices about our own bodies, but even more so having the necessary resources available to do so. So one of our colleagues recently was talking about period poverty, for example, and accessibility to pads, tampons, different period products. If in toilets we're not provided necessary sanitary products, for example, we're not able to exercise our bodily autonomy. So that defeats the whole purpose. It's all connected in my head. The whole justice and rights aspects of it is very much connected to accessibility and seeing those options, that we have. Because if we don't know that we have the option, we won't be able to make those informed choices.
Agreed. Thank you so much, Sophie. Nelly, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you so much. So bodily autonomy basically to me means one's control, having power and ownership over your own body. And this is something that we do not see. It's something that has continuously been, has been infiltrated. And this means that one is taking charge and being able to make decisions about their bodies, being able to make decisions in terms of who do I want to have sex with, who do I want to get married to, when do I want to have, babies, for example. It's the power to be able to make choices over your body. And, the connection between this and what we do under the Sexual and Reproductive Health and Justice is to be able to make that access for safe abortion services and contraceptives. They should be able to have sex, and beyond sex, they should be able to have sex pleasure, because this is something that, women and girls and even men don't get to enjoy it because no one talks about it. No one allows them to do this. And, most of the time they are abused because of values that are being, forced to us. And just to say, some of the policies that are put in place, you want to dictate for a woman, when and how to, live their lives, what to do with their bodies. So bodily autonomy, basically, give freedom. Let women do what they want to do. Let the girls decide about their bodies. Thanks.
Thank you, Nelly. On to Lulu. Would you please share?
Of course, I would. I think I just have to reiterate what my allies have said, Sophie and Nelly. It's really the ability to make informed decisions about your body. And the other layer I would say is the ability to make informed decisions about your body without facing punishment. And if you look in our society right now with the kind of policies, practices, behaviors, and attitudes we have around SRH, you can see that if I make a decision about my body, there is this thing at the back of my mind that I'm going to be faced with punishment. We see what's happening in the US that if you have sex, if you enjoy sex, if you have pleasure, you're going to be faced with a punishment, and that punishment is for you to carry the pregnancy, even if you do not want that. And that really goes against bodily autonomy. We also have practices around FGM that are still happening in our communities till tomorrow. And even if it has been modified in different ways, these are violations that are still happening on women and girls' bodies. And there are also certain laws or certain policies that make it difficult for rapists or perpetrators to be punished, because if you have a policy that says a perpetrator can go scot-free if he marries the victim that he has raped, you are depriving the right of the survivor to bodily autonomy. So for me, the connection is evident. There is no way I can talk about sexual reproductive health without talking about sexual reproductive health, rights, and justice. So this is how I see it as a holistic discussion.
Wonderful, very empowering. Thank you. Because the issue of sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice exists indeed in many countries, I believe that a lot of us would really benefit if you would share more about your day-to-day work that you do and how you tailor your messaging and approach to the community you work with, so that we as an audience could basically have heard maybe pieces of advice or tips from you on how you approach your messaging and tailoring it to your team. Lolo, would you like to go first for that question, please?
Yeah, sure, no problem. So the way I work is actually in two layers. We do the grassroots advocacy and we do the digital. I do the digital advocacy. For the grassroots advocacy, I do a lot of sexuality education, a lot of focus group discussions with my community members. I do this with sex workers and brutals as well, talking to them about their rights as women. Even if they're sex workers, they do have rights. We do this every month. I do comprehensive sexuality educations at the juvenile prisons with the boys, because we realize that a lot of these boys in these juvenile centers are there because they actually violated someone's body or their rights. So to make sure that we are closing that knowledge gap, that they don't go back into the community and continue to perpetuate the behavior that put them there in the first place, we take our sexuality education to these places. And also I've been working with a lot of teenagers, a lot of secondary schools, and also primary schools. So that's really the grassroots advocacy. For the digital advocacy, I do a lot of content creation to foster conversations around sexuality, around reproductive health, to encourage discourse, because again, I say a lot of violence hides when it's shrouded by, when issues around sexual and reproductive health is shrouded with a lot of secrecy. So the message and the approach I do is I use a lot of case studies that are tailored to the realities of the people I'm working with. If I'm having a sexuality education training, I'm going to use an example that is so close to home that they're able to see themselves in it. I also use terms that they are familiar with. I do not use jargon. Even if I'm in this space, it's very easy for me to think that everybody in the space understands. But if I'm trying to break down a difficult concept into understandable ideas, I have to use simple languages. And also, I partner with community leaders wherever I work. So I just don't go there to work for them. I go there to work with them. That way they see it as a community development, and I'm not just going there to impose my ideas of what I think they should do, but foster conversations with them for them to actually reach the destination that I want them to reach. And in the process of getting to that point of awareness, of autonomy, is empowerment on its own. So this is really how I structure my advocacy.
Thank you, Lolo. Now I would like to ask Nelly to answer the question, please.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I work with a network of healthcare providers in Kenya, and these are providers that support access to sexual and reproductive health rights and services. So what we do as on my day-to-day, what we do is make sure that, one, we are building the capacity of healthcare providers to be able to, one, provide services to women and girls in the vulnerable communities. And this is comprehensive sexual and reproductive health, which includes access to safe abortion services, contraceptives, including the other components, HIV screening, cancer screening, etc. We also train the healthcare providers as advocates. Healthcare providers are experts when it comes to policy development in our country, and therefore our healthcare providers are able to engage policymakers at the national level to ensure that they are looking at what policies exist, what gaps are there, and how do they progressively support the ministry to put together progressive policies. Our healthcare providers also support in advocacy through media engagement, where they go to mainstream media for interviews and provide evidence, facts when it comes to sexual and reproductive health. They also engage in community dialogues as experts with the community leaders to make sure that they are also providing the right information when it comes to sexual and reproductive health and rights. We also work with a network of young people, and for the young people, we appreciate the role young people play. In terms of programming, we have young people that support the organization and support us to think through how do we meaningfully engage the young people? How do we make sure that they are also providing the right information when it comes to SRH to their peers, both in and out of school and at the community? We also use them at the grassroots to engage with policymakers, where they are able to, hold them accountable and be able to also express what are the needs that the adolescent and youth, for example, need. They also are, very strong advocates, and we engage them in the local radio stations, TV, where they go there to also provide information on SRHR in our country. Beyond that, we also work with policymakers just to make sure that they understand what is the legal framework of SRHR in our country. And progressively, we make sure that they are making progressive policies to make sure that no one is left behind when it comes to SRHR. We make sure that it's an all-inclusive process where we have all the key actors, from religious leaders, opinion leaders, community leaders, teachers, parents, healthcare providers, being together to make sure that access to SRHR is given priority, given that it is a fundamental right. Just to mention that in Kenya, in our constitution, there's provision to access to abortion, for example, and health is considered as a basic human right. So, and sexual and reproductive health is not left out. So we push for that to make sure that progressive policies are put in place. We have cross-generational spokespeople and putting the adolescent and youth at forefront when it comes to SRHR. So basically, that's how my day-to-day work looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. Sophie, would you please share?
Yes, of course. I think my colleagues covered the most fundamental cornerstones of how we as the third sector sort of workers approach our SRHR activism, I just want to really highlight the fact that in our work, it's really important to balance those different hats that we have. Because for us at RFSL Malmö, for example, which is the more local branch of the national RFSL organization, we work specifically with queer refugees, which is a minority within a minority. So in that sense, when we approach our beneficiaries, we don't make things political, because being political is also a privilege in a lot of contexts, and we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware of the different privileges and power dynamics in different rooms and accommodate to that. And they need us as humans, as allies, to support their needs, which are very personal and not always political, but with their consent, of course, we take these messages and then bring them to advocacy spaces, locally, nationally, regionally. So I really like to highlight that as well, that being political is important, but it's also a privilege that we need to be aware of, basically, in our work.
Thank you so much, Sophie. We now have a question from the audience, from Gabriella. And Gabriella asks, what was the biggest challenge you faced during your activism? What is a story about a hard situation you faced? This question is open, so whoever wants to answer this question first, please feel free to go ahead.
Yeah, sure, I can go, just because I've had longer time to think about the question. For me, I would say one of the challenges or one of the difficulties that I faced here is the bullying. You know, we are talking about issues that people just do not want to talk about, or rather would pretend they do not want to talk about. So being very bold and open about these issues, and also ruffling feathers, because I want to say something, I want you to react, I want to trigger you into action. I've been faced with a lot of bullying online and offline just because I'm advocating for this, and two scenarios actually, but I would say one was, I think this was 2 years ago, and I was talking about abortion, but I was specific about the medical abortion, so the pills, over-the-counter pills, and I, using my platform to talk about these pills, telling people that they exist, using the names, and for 3 days I was bullied, people calling my employers to get me fired. It was really, really bad. And the organization I was working with had to keep calling me every second to ask if I needed security. I didn't even see these replies because I'd muted it. But the fact that it was so vicious, the fact that everyone was in uproar, from even feminists, activists, medical doctors, just because I am ruffling feathers and saying that thing that should not be said. So for me, I would say is the challenges of bullying and having to get past it and recognize that even if you're bullying me or you're upset at what I said, I don't have to react to you. I actually have to calm down and respond and say, you're reacting based on a template. Maybe it's out of fear, maybe it's out of shame, maybe out of a certain stigma. I have to be empathetic, even if, I hate to say this, it comes at my own expense. I have to be empathetic because I'm trying to move the conversation forward. I have to be the bigger person in that situation. But yeah, it does take a toll on the mental health. But yeah.
I could add to that, definitely. I think that's a very common experience that us activists experience. Burnout is real. It's never fun, and we have to make sure that we're taking the best care of our own health and safety first. What kind of irks me is when people sort of glorify activism. I don't think anyone ever grows up willing to be an activist, because being an activist means that there is something wrong with society systemically. And this is sort of us citizens trying to seek out justice in one way or another through education, which in my opinion is the most radical act of activism and we can, accomplish. So yeah, I definitely agree with the bullying and the mental health and all of that. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Probably just if I can also go. we have seen a lot of regression, and we've also seen a lot of opposition, a growth in opposition attacking the SRHR agenda, I think globally, regionally, and nationally. And for instance, for us in Kenya, myself, that advocate for access to abortion services and for the LGBTQI folks, we have been branded, if you translate it from Kenya, basically it is a white agenda, and then we have also been branded murderers, killers for fighting for the rights to access to safe abortion services. And just like Lulu, we've also I've faced bullying on social media where you wake up, there's a Twitter chat, and your name and your photo all over, being branded as a murderer. So really, I think we need to come out as a global movement to be able to also speak up just the same way the opposition are doing. Thanks.
Thank you so much for all your incredible answers. This session was really inspiring, I hope. And I'm pretty sure that it was very, very empowering to all of us who listened. And I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lola, Sophie, Nelly, and Alua for that important conversation. It's truly inspired me to take more action in my community. And judging by all the comments and questions from our audience, it seems like you were all inspired to take more action too.
Coming up next, a fireside chat between WWE superstar Doudrop and Girl Up leader Lara. It's no secret that professional athletes face a lot of public scrutiny. Along with the pressure to act and perform a certain way, another element that affects the mental health of athletes is being misrepresented in the media and the inequalities between women's and men's sports coverage. Tune in to discover how Doudrop copes with these challenges and how young athletes and sports enthusiasts can speak up for change.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. And I'm very excited to be here, about to have a conversation with Doudrop about gender and sports. And so how are you doing, Doudrop?
Hello, it's so nice to see you. I'm so thrilled to be here today with all these fabulous ladies, and it's just such an exciting time.
For sure. So why don't we start with the questions? So can you tell us about your journey to become a WWE superstar?
So I started my journey to be a WWE superstar 15 years ago when I was just 16. I had 2 years of school left and I did not know what I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to go to university or college, or even if I did, what subjects I would want to do. I genuinely had no idea. And I decided to join a pro wrestling school because pro wrestling was just something that I loved. I loved to watch it on TV. I loved to kid around with my friends when we were kids. And I thought, oh yeah, this could be cool. And at the time I had no idea that, it was even possible to be a pro wrestler. Like, it wasn't something that, was in my mind frame. And when I was 16, I was very, very unconfident, very shy. I really struggled to speak up in class or in big groups of people. And through pro wrestling, it really helped me find a voice. It helped me find friends and people that were like-minded to me. And from there, I learned leadership skills and how to communicate better with my team. And as I gained confidence, it helped me break out into more areas, starting in Scotland, then England, then France, Switzerland. And before I knew it, I was working in places like Japan and America. And then luckily for me, after a whole lot of working and traveling the globe, I got picked up by WWE. And now I'm here with all you lovely people and getting to do my dreams and travel the world and be an inspiration for the future generations.
Yeah, I really connected with what you said. Just as a kid, I think it's really natural for people to, not know what to do. But what really caught me off guard is when you said that you used to be shy. And now, through sports, you've really become, this literally superstar. You're really good at it, and you seem to be really confident. I think that's something that sports do. And it's really awesome to see that, happen through your story and communicate that through your story. So I guess we can go ahead with the next question. How have you seen the representation of women change and evolve during your career as a professional athlete? And what still needs to change in the industry of professional sports to achieve gender equality?
In my field alone, the difference has been staggering, because back when I started at my wrestling school, there was just me and one other female. And that was unheard of for schools in Scotland to have 2 female trainees. It wasn't a thing. So I really feel like we started, me and the other woman was actually Nikki ASH, and I really feel like we started something across Scotland, because as we joined and worked, more and more girls started to come to schools, and the more shows that we did, and we would find that more girls were coming to training. And I really believe that in order to believe something can be done, you have to see it being done. So I noticed over the years, as we traveled more and as we did more shows and got our names out there, more people were joining, more girls were joining. And not only in our world, but across the globe, more girls were coming to pro wrestling and more girls were joining wrestling school. And on the professional demographic of it, the role of women was changing in professional sports as well. There was not only more women, but women from different backgrounds, women who were diverse, who looked differently, who came from different walks of life. And although I do think there is still some progress to be made, there is progress every day. And something I think that is the biggest thing that needs to change is perceptions. Not only just in the way that women in sports are viewed from others, but also how we view ourselves. I think the more confidence that the women in sports have to believe that they are the difference makers and we are the change makers, it all starts with believing,
Right. No, I definitely agree. Perception is a big thing, especially, in sports and areas where there's not a lot of, female representation. So I really appreciate that, you being there and doing your thing is also helping other girls to get motivated to, get involved with sports like wrestling, which, has, generally been known as sports for men, but that's really not like as it really is. And I guess I wanted to ask you as a follow-up question about, your experience. What is like something that, you mentioned that you joined this as a 16-year-old girl. Was there anything, a person or an experience or a thought that you were like, you know what, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to break the cycle?
I found a lot of doubt in my career, not just from myself, but from others. And it can be really difficult to tune that out. And it can be really difficult to keep motivated in those times when, you feel like every door has been closed in your face and there's just so many hurdles and barriers for us to break through that it really becomes disheartening. And I think the most important thing was having to have just the unwavering belief that yes, you can. Yes, you can. You absolutely can do anything that you put your mind to, but it all starts with believing.
Having that self-thought, it's kind of connecting with having confidence in ourselves, and thank you so much for sharing that. And finally, what is one thing during your time as a professional athlete that you've learned and that you would like to tell your younger self?
One thing I would tell my younger self is celebrate every success, no matter how small, even if it's just you got up and you went to training when you really didn't want to that day. Like, celebrate every success and enjoy every moment.
There's been a lot of big moments in my career that I maybe didn't enjoy as much as I should have, or maybe realize the gravity of them as much as I should have, because I let panic or worry or the nerves get in the way. So I would really go back and tell myself, like, take an extra couple moments, just take it all in, breathe, and enjoy the moment, and be that good energy for yourself and for your teammates.
I definitely love that. I think it's really easy to focus on when this happens, I'm going to finally be successful, or when I achieve this, I'm going to be happy. And especially as young people, it's really easy to look forward to the future. But you just mentioning that, the whole journey is what, really brings us to that. And it's equally or probably even more important than, the final result. It's really special. And I think it's really motivating to the young people who are watching us. So thank you so much for being with us today and sharing your story, sharing your journey, which I'm sure it's really inspiring for other people, especially like even for me, it's really inspiring to see all that you've been through and that you decided to be confident in yourself and, even being shy when you were younger and go through it and say, like you said, yes, you can. And now look at you, all the things that you're doing, inspiring so many people around the world, and definitely breaking the cycle in women in sports. So thank you again for being with us today and participating in this summit. And thank you everyone who is here watching us. I hope you continue to enjoy the summit, and goodbye.
Hello, bonjour. My name is Jocelyn Hamilton, and I am president of E1 TV for Canada. I'm so excited to speak with you today because I am such a champion of young women, and I have always believed that nothing can stop you from achieving your goals and dreams. Every generation has issues to deal with, and resilience is how we get through it. You are resilient. Take pride in that. Be who you aspire to be. It's a life journey. Take it seriously, but do it with joy.
Conversations like this one are so crucial if we want to see change in the mental health and sports communities. As our partner Hasbro mentioned in their message, girls have the resilience to deal with problems of the world. We just need to recognize it.
Girl Up is so proud to advocate alongside a squad of gender equality champions who so resiliently and so loudly spread the word about our mission on their global platforms. But why do they support Girl Up? Let's ask them. Here are actress and activist Malia Baker, photographer Nigel Barker, and actress Kat McNamara.
Hi, my name is Malia Baker. I'm an actor, activist, and Girl Up champion. And I support Girl Up because investing in girls is investing in our future. To use our own voices to speak about issues that matter and are important to us, to have our own seat at the table and not be spoken for. Usually the things that seem like should be a given are usually the ones that we have to work even harder towards, unfortunately. And Girl Up gives us the exact platform to do that. When girls rise, we all rise.
Hi, I'm Nigel Barker, fashion photographer, filmmaker, father, and Girl Up champion. I support Girl Up because I believe in equality. In fact, I demand it for both my son and daughter. And as we all know, there isn't a single country in the world where women are equal. And ever since the inception of the Girl Up movement, the mission has been to advance girls' skills, rights, and opportunities to be leaders. Because when girls rise, we all rise. And clearly, we should all want a better world than the one we share now.
Hello, Girl Up, and hello to everyone at the Global Leadership Summit. Thank you so much for being here, supporting this organization, which is absolutely incredible and does some truly amazing things for people all over the world, and one that I am very honored and very proud to have been an ambassador for several years. Something that I think we all can take away from the myriad of events in the last several years is that it's our time, and it's our responsibility and our privilege as people in the global community to create the world we want to see and to create the sort of communities, countries that we want to live in and the situations that we want to set up for not only ourselves, but for the future. And one thing that I think is so special and so unique about Girl Up is that that is so key and so instrumental in the makeup of what Girl Up is and what they do in each and every one of their ventures. When I was a little girl, all I wanted to do was make a difference in the world and find some way to make a true impact. And I am so thrilled to be a part of an organization that provides those opportunities and those platforms for people all over the world. They encourage people to start these campaigns and these funds and these ventures in their own communities and reach out a hand to someone else, maybe across the street and maybe across the globe, and to truly make a difference in this world in ways big and small. So thank you for being here today, and you should be so proud of each and every one of you for having the agency and for taking charge and taking that first step to creating the world that we all want to see. Thank you so much, and thank you to Girl Up.
Energized and ready to go out in the world once again. Thank you, Malia, Nigel, and Kat, for all your continuous guidance and being long-term and new champions of girls' rights.
Now, we are so thrilled to invite Dewdrop back to announce the winners of the Girl Up Sports Fellowship sponsored by WWE. These lucky recipients will have the opportunity to work closely with Girl Up staff on specialized girls and women in sports programming over the next 4 years.
Hello, Girl Up youth leaders. I hope you're enjoying the 2022 Girl Up Global Leadership Summit. I'm Dewdrop, WWE Superstar Extraordinaire, and I'm so thrilled to be here with all you changemakers today. WWE is so proud to support Girl Up and the Sports Fellowship Fund, and I'm thrilled that they've chosen me to announce the Sports Fellowship awardees. So please join me in congratulating Grace Louisa, Olivia Vanderhoot, and Diana Teo. Congratulations. But the good news doesn't stop there, girls. There'll be more fellowship awardees later this year. So, are you a rising high school student who's pursuing a university degree, and are you passionate about sports equality, gender equality in sports? So, if this sounds like you, we invite you to apply. Fellowship applications are now open and they will close on August 5th. Winners will receive 4 years of funding towards their post-secondary education. Good luck, girls.
Our connections make powerful things happen, uniting individuals and communities. We are Rotary. We are people of action. With over 1 million members, we know what people can do when they come together. Around the world, generations of leaders build new friendships and solve problems, turning great ideas into reality. Take action with us. Find out more at Rotary.org.
Woohoo! Congratulations to the winners, you totally deserve it. And thank you to our sponsor, Rotary International, for that special message. You're so right, our connections do make powerful things happen.
And through social media, the internet, and of course, our online Girl Up community, activists like you and me are able to make those connections with our fellow changemakers, gain access to valuable resources, and amplify our shared effort to be a force for social good.
There are certainly benefits to our increasingly digital world, but can also be consequences if we aren't careful. Girl Up leader Liliana speaks with Senior Technical Director at Norton LifeLock, Kevin Roundy, about the danger of cyberbullying and shares a few tips for a safe and secure online experience. Welcome, Kevin and Liliana.
Thank you, girls, for the great introduction. Now I'm going to start with the questions to Kevin. And welcome, Kevin. Thank you for being here today with us. And I'm gonna start with the first question. How can youth be safe online, and why is that important? What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a great question. Unfortunately, there's a lot of mean people out there. We bump into mean people all the time, right? But when you bump into a mean person, face to face, there's often a lot of other people around, and so they kind of might hold back. But when people really start to be mean online, there's often nothing holding them back from being as nasty as they want to be. And they just show no restraint in many cases. It could be people or it could be some random predator or just a nasty person in the community. Or it could be even a criminal who, makes money from scamming people or defrauding them or bullying just for fun. So, that's one of the aspects. And then another that makes it dangerous is just how much nastiness there is out there. But another is that, if you do again encounter a mean person in the real world, you might have friends nearby, or a teacher or your family or a friend, or even just a random bystander who might stand up for you and defend you, right? You're kind of on your own online. Your parents usually don't know what you're doing online. No, but even your friends often don't know what you're doing online. So you're really kind of left to yourself in many cases. And so when you do go online, it's just really important to basically be aware of that fact that there are nasty people out there who are going to try and deceive or just be mean. And you want to kind of be online to have a good time, right? No one wants to go online to be bullied or to encounter, to be scammed or anything like that. So you want to just be interacting kind of in the way that you would in the real world. You're not going to just, go to a random neighborhood and start talking to random people. You talk to people that that you like, and that you trust. And so you want to be in kind of these places where you have guarantees that the people you're talking to are nice people that are it's going to help you to have a good time. And so that's a big aspect of just the interactions, right? You want to have control over who you're interacting with. And there are other aspects as well. So I'm the father of 4 daughters, and my daughters often teach me about things that are not the best behaviors to do online. So for example, we were going camping one time, and one of my daughters decided that she was going to share her Snapchat password with her friends so she could keep all her streaks alive, because she wasn't going to have internet, right? And that's really common for teens to do that, right? But I think, you can probably imagine the kinds of things that could go wrong if you give your password to someone who stops being your friend after a while, right? And then, and to make matters worse, a lot of teens, including my daughters, I think, they use the same password for everything. So, and so then by giving them the Snapchat password, she's giving them her password for her email and who knows what else, eventually for her banking accounts and stuff like that. So you want to keep your own things safe when you're online and private. And you also want to just make sure you're interacting with people you trust. I think those are 2 kind of really important aspects of being safe online.
Wow, Kevin, thank you so much. I do believe that is really important, because in this world, we pretty much do everything online, and it's important that we do it with safety. So your work is really important. Thank you so much. And how would you define cyberbullying?
Well, I think most of us experience bullying in the real world. It's very similar in most ways, right? It's people like a bully targeting a victim who's they feel is weaker. But then again, with fewer restraints in many cases, right? So they might be threatening, they might be sending nasty messages, and it starts to become, since the context is a little different, it could be social media, it could be via text or messaging app, it could be some sort of chat room, or any other sort of online communication. And there's all sorts of nasty things that can happen. I don't know if you have any anecdotes of friends who've fallen trapped to things, but often people are just being nasty or sharing private information, things like that.
Wow. And this happens like so much in the world and is really complicated, something that people should pay more attention to it. That's why, again, I'm telling you that the work you do is totally amazing. And I want to know more about your work. Like, what has your research found?
Well, one of my colleagues recently looked into just streaming platforms like Twitch. A lot of teens like to play video games, and then they want to like just stream as they're playing, right? And it's a way to interact with friends and just kind of have fun with a bigger community online. But, a lot of teens also aspire to having like lots of followers, right? That's what social media kind of inspires you to do, is to have lots of people watching you. The more people watching you, the better. But if you start opening up your streams or your social media to the whole world, you're kind of subjected to all the nastiness in the world as well. And so he started looking into, for example, if you compare what happens when a boy goes online and starts streaming a video game versus what happens when a girl goes online and starts streaming the same video game. What would you think? Do you think there'd be a difference, Lily? What would you think?
There will be a huge difference. As a girl, I can tell.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And your intuition is like borne up by statistics as well, right? There's all sorts of nasty things happening, like, inappropriate sexual comments, just kind of more likely to be like mean things being said about you, right? And it's not just women, it's, minorities of every kind. And it's, and so it's the kind of thing where you go on and you just want to have a good time. You want to have a lot of followers, maybe on Instagram, maybe on, on a streaming platform. But as soon as you open yourself up to everybody, then, you have to expect some nasty behavior, and you have to be like mentally prepared for that. And that can be hard. Other things we've done in our research is just kind of, there's a lot of super nasty things that people are doing to each other. So, people get, for example, people's private or embarrassing information can be posted online. People get outed that way, or, things that they would like to keep private get suddenly exposed to the wide community or to people who wouldn't take that in a good way. There's all sorts of trolling and just insulting and dissing and also, people pretending to be someone other than who they are, right? So if you just start chatting with random people on Instagram, there'd be someone who might look like a cute kid your age, or someone who's fun and who actually, it turns out to be like a 68-year-old man who, who's a sexual predator, right? So, you have to be careful about these things because there's all sorts of nasty things going on online.
Wow, this is so true, because internet can be a wonderful place, but it can also be a place for people to be really, really mean and do really inappropriate things, even more when you are part of a minority. And as a Black girl, I can totally understand what is happening in the world right now. So being conscious of that, how do you think youth can help to prevent cyberbullying?
Well, there's a couple of aspects, right? Obviously, you would rather it not happen to you. But just like in the real world, if you saw something happening to one of your friends, you would stand up for them, right? And you would try and protect them. It's just going to be harder to do that for your friends online because they're doing, you're often not aware of what's happening. And so, that's a tricky thing. And another thing is just educating people, right? So, we kind of all instinctively know that you don't want to walk down a dark alley late at night, right? It's not a safe thing to do. But when you're online, we kind of don't have those same instincts. It's not the real world. We're not like evolved to know what's safe and what's not safe. And so some of your friends, you'll find them doing things that are just really, really bad ideas. And you ought to be willing to talk about things. And, the things can really spiral out of control. And then if you look at statistics of the kinds of things that people do in the digital world, they're putting themselves at terrible risk in many cases. More than 1 in 5 teens report sending nude or semi-nude pictures to people online. You have no control over what happens after that, right? And 1 in 5 that's like a lot, right? And if you think about what the consequences could be, that's pretty scary. So in general, you want to just make sure that you would also be a good example, finally, right? Don't be the bully, be kind, and don't share things that could hurt or embarrass people.
So, Kevin, we have youth leaders from all around the world watching. Do you have any tips to help us, in this case, because I'm also a youth leader, to prevent from cyberbullying and stay safe online, like 3 tips or something?
Yeah, so if you see cyberbullying happening, there's a few things you should do. So first of all, if you want to step up and defend a friend or somebody, first of all, make sure it's safe, right? You wouldn't jump in front of a car, right? Because your friend's there so that you both die together, right? You want to be prepared to call the ambulance after, right? So you want to make sure that it's safe before you jump in. And then second, you don't want to give oxygen or engage with the bullies and make them want to take it up another level. So don't forward or respond to nasty messages. And then if you see it, keep the evidence of the stuff that you're seeing and report it, right? You can get people blocked, and you can make sure that the platforms and other people can take care of making sure that that it stops. And finally, if you know the person who's being bullied and you can stand up for them and support them, do that safely, you absolutely should do that too.
Thank you so much for being a part of Girl Up Leadership Summit. And thank you for everybody that is watching right now. You guys are amazing. And see you next time.
Now it's time for a very special surprise. We are so excited to have singer and songwriter Silvana Estrada perform her hit song, Si Me Matan.
What do you think about dancing? Now let's go Spanish. Sung in Spanish, it's a powerful track that channels Silvana's fear and frustration growing up in Mexico with the ongoing violence against women, as well as the hope of all of the women dangerously but boldly fighting for their rights.
Hola, soy Silvana Estrada, and I'm very, very happy to be part of this Girl Up Global Summit. I really wanted to talk a little bit about how music can be a force capable of get people together, especially get people together through beauty and through inspiration. And this song that I'm going to sing now for you is about my own experience through music, how music helped me to fight against mis miedos, my fears, and to empower myself. And I think it's very important for musicians to talk about our experience, because I think that we need to inspire and empower young girls and young women that feel that they want to create their own path and their own life, and they want to create the world that they want to live in. So the song is Si Me Matan.
Si me matan cuando me encuentren, que digan siempre, que digan siempre que fui cantora viviendo sueños y aún así salí solita a ver estrellas, amar la vida. Si me matan cuando me encuentren, llénenme de flores, cúbranme de tierra, que yo seré semilla para las que vienen, que ya nadie nos calla, ya nada nos contiene, y que suenen los cantos como un manto tibio, curándonos la herida de lo que hemos perdido, y que un grito cual trueno nos arranque del duelo. Nos han quitado tanto, nos quitaron el miedo. Que quede la esperanza y el azul del cielo, mirarnos a la cara, hermana, yo te quiero.
Absolutely beautiful. I love the song. Thank you, Savannah, for that incredible performance. It was heartwarming. We need commitment for gender equality now more than ever. We all must be united in standing for the rights of women and girls across the world and ensuring their equal future. Please help us give a warm welcome to UN Women's Executive Coordinator of Generation Equality and Director of Civil Society Division, Lofa Banej, as she shares how we can do this together.
Greetings, fearless gender equality advocates from all over the world. I am grateful for the opportunity to share this leadership space with you. Of over 1.8 billion young people across the world, 600 million are adolescent girls and young women. Of those 600 million, many continue to face gender-based discrimination, marginalization, and violence, and do not have equal access to education or opportunities for leadership. Threats to gender equality are pervasive, and at this time, your aspirations of a feminist agenda have not been realized. In 2021, Generation Equality provided us with an opportunity to reset the gender equality agenda. We aligned with fearless young feminists across the globe, leading movements on climate change, sexual and reproductive health and rights, peace and security, and more. We heard your calls for sustainable transformative, and intergenerational leadership. Your meaningful participation and leadership in generation equality reaffirmed what we already knew to be true: that multi-stakeholder leadership models don't just work, but thrive with the meaningful participation of young women and girls. Working with you on your agenda is a priority for UN Women, and there are multiple opportunities for your continued leadership and engagement. We are convening a multi-stakeholder leadership group for generation equality, and we ask you to nominate members to this group from among yourselves to shape the future of generation equality initiatives, its localization, and the accountability framework and the implementation of commitments. I ask you to apply to be part of this leadership group. In September, we will celebrate the 1-year anniversary of generation equality. Your role in holding commitment makers to account will be critical. There is still a gap in girl-responsive commitments within generation equality. With your support, we will convene stakeholders to discuss and ensure the full resourcing of the girl agenda. We are also working and collaborating with WHO to amplify and ensure your participation within the Global Adolescence Summit in 2023. These are just some of the plans that we want to partner with you on to drive gender transformative action and advance a more equal and sustainable world. I wish you all the best with the rest of the summit. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Mrs. Banerjee, for that much needed message.
Although it seems more and more people are advocating for gender equality, women's rights are becoming less and less. Last month, the Supreme Court of the United States stripped birthing people of the right to make autonomous decisions about their own bodies.
As a topic that is very important to us here at Girl Up, we're very honored to have two back-to-back conversations surrounding SRHRJ at this year's summit. First, let's hand it over to Girl Up leader Dania and one of our Girl Up heroes, Me Too movement founder Tarana Burke, as they examine the short and long-term implications of politicizing women's bodies and the steps we must take to protect the rights of women and girls. Join me in giving them a warm welcome to Tarana and Dania.
Thank you so much for that incredible introduction. I'm so honored to be here today with Tarana Burke to discuss the intersections of gender-based violence and sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice. Now let's jump straight into it. On Friday, June 24th, the Supreme Court of the United States released its decision on Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, overturning Roe v. Wade and stripping girls and women's rights to make decisions over their own bodies. What does this decision mean for survivors of gender-based violence? Additionally, how does this decision disproportionately affect individuals of marginalized identities?
Folks who have survived gender-based violence already know very intimately the impact of losing bodily autonomy, right? Like losing the right to make decisions about their own bodies. We know what that feels like in a very deeply personal way. And so the thing about the states that had these trigger laws is that what you'll find in a lot of those states is that embedded in many of those laws are even more cruel statutes in those laws that are specifically about incest and rape, right? That say not only are abortions banned, but they are including in cases of rape or incest, which was a particular, it felt like a particularly extra set of cruelty that was added to these laws that are passed in several states. So there is almost a doubling down that we've seen for survivors of sexual violence, gender-based violence, when it comes to this abortion ban. And it's something that we are unfortunately used to in this country as it relates to gender-based violence, right? There's a real disdain and absence of compassionate empathy for survivors of gender-based violence in this country that we have continued to see across the board, and certainly as it pertains to this issue.
Thank you so much for that insightful response. As a follow-up question, with the implications of the SCOTUS decision in mind, people right now are feeling really frustrated, discouraged, and hopeless in the United States and even throughout the world. What is one or more actions that young people can take to advocate for bodily autonomy?
Even before Roe was overturned because of Dobbs, it was really difficult for young people to obtain abortions in this country, right? 36 states across the country had laws. The laws required consent from a parent, required a notification or consent from parents. You know, I often talk about my abortion story. It involved not actually having an abortion, but it actually required facilitating abortions for young people, right? As a youth worker in the Deep South in Alabama, often I was tasked with trying to help young people under the age of 18 seek abortions. And it was very, very difficult to do. And so I think the advocacy for young people, and we're not talking about it enough, is about raising their voices about their bodily autonomy and their right to seek to not have unwanted pregnancies in this moment, and to say that their voices matter. I think young people should be talking about the reality of their lack of choice in this moment, even further than the decision around Dobbs, because it is really important. There's often talk about teenage pregnancy, but there's not enough talk about what options teenagers have when it comes to unwanted pregnancy. And what options teenagers have is talk about prevention, but not talk about what options they have once the unwanted pregnancy happens. And so there should be space in this talk around reproductive justice for what the role of young people. I hear a lot of talk about college students, I hear a lot of talk about adults, but not enough conversation about where young people fit in. And so I think this is the moment for young folks to build their own space, to lift their voices and say, hey, don't forget about young people under the age of 18 have even less autonomy in this moment. And we should have a bigger part of this conversation. And so I think that as young people always do, you all create your own space, you create your own lane. And this is a moment to do that as well. And as a person who's been a youth advocate and a youth leader myself, and then a youth advocate as I became an adult, I absolutely believe in the power and voices of young people to say, we have a very unique problem. People are talking about medical abortion. Well, if you don't have your own address, how does that help you to get pills mailed to an address that you don't control, right? Mm-hmm. How do young people navigate spending 2 days taking pills if you are a person who doesn't control your home. Like, there are all kind of unique issues that are raised for young people right now under these new circumstances with the abortion ban. So I think young people should be talking about their unique situation right now in a post-Roe America.
Thank you so much. And as a student activist myself, I can attest to the importance and significance of young people using their voices and speaking out now more than ever before. Yeah. Shifting directions a little bit, I have a quick question regarding you founding the Me Too movement and advocating against gender-based violence. How do you maintain a balance between fighting this important and impactful fight and taking care of yourself when dealing with such difficult and deeply personal issues?
I think any person who is in movement work would say the same thing, that you have to struggle to prioritize yourself. It often feels like, particularly in this moment where there's always something, we are inundated with information that I think our bodies, our spirits, and our minds are not set up to take in as much information as we are taking in about how bad things are, about how tragic it feels at every moment, how much trauma we are experiencing. So it's difficult to experience that every day. So we have to fight to sort of prioritize our own joy and our own healing time. And I do that. I have as much difficulty as the next person, but I do have a lot of experience, and that just comes from time and age, knowing that if I don't prioritize it, I know what the consequences are. Mm-hmm. And so over time, I've just learned to prioritize my, what I was telling you before, before we, started this conversation, is that time has taught me that my healing, my joy, my happiness, the camaraderie and time with my family and friends is just as much of a priority for me as movement work. In fact, I consider that movement work, because if I'm not a fully actualized, whole, happy, joyful person, then I am no good to this movement. I'm no good to this work. So I consider all of that movement work.
I absolutely love that. Thank you so much for sharing. And my last question here for today, how can all of us be more inclusive to include a range of identities and how gender-based violence is discussed? And why is this important?
I just think, I don't think that's a hard question. I think we just have to be intentional. Mm-hmm. I think that question comes up all the time. And I think that if we want to do it, we have to do it. You have to be intentional. I think folks say, oh my gosh, I just, we haven't spent a lot of time talking about queer folks or trans folks, is because we don't want to. We're not being intentional about it. Yeah. It's something that we didn't do in the past, and we have to course correct for it. Mm-hmm. But you have to just be intentional. You make a decision, you see what's missing, you look for the gaps, and then you are intentional about it. Write a sticky note, put it in your phone, put it on the memo, put an asterisk next to it, but you just have to be intentional about it. If you want to do anything, when you want to do something, you do it. It's just like when you want to make time for something, you make time for it. And so I think people have to make a decision. You know right from wrong, you know what needs to happen, and you are intentional about it. When I decided, I have a child who has multiple identities, and several of them are queer identities. And when I realized that it was hurtful, that I was not being inclusive in many ways with those identities, I just made a decision that I don't want to be hurtful. And I realized that was the same in the larger community that I was serving and showing up in. And we became very intentional about it. And that's what we have to be, intentional and stop making excuses.
100% agree. Thank you so much, Tarana. And that concludes this conversation today. I'm going to pass it back to the hosts, and I hope that you guys enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Tarana and Dania, for the impactful discussion.
In order to make gender equality a global reality, we have to learn about the intersecting issue areas that are preventing its realization. One significant barrier is gender-based violence. According to research, 1 in 3 women worldwide will experience gender-based violence in their lifetime.
Our next fireside chat between World Board Member of the World Association of Girl Up Guides and Girl Scouts, Chamatia Fernando, and Girl Up leader Talia will investigate how we must change that number to 0 and end violence against girls and women around the world. Here's Chamatia and Talia to continue the conversation on gender-based violence.
Thanks for the perfect introduction, Yara and Balqis. Now, I just want to say welcome for all our audience and our perfect guest. So, could you please share with us why it's important for you to stand up against gender-based violence?
Hi, everyone, and I'm really excited to be part of the Girl Up Summit and warm, sending my greetings from Sri Lanka to everyone who's joined. Speaking about gender-based violence, I'm sure you all have heard so many conversations around gender equality, and just like how they highlighted that it is one of the greatest barriers that we face when realizing gender equality, one of the major issues that always come up in the list. And I think we have been lagging behind is preventing gender-based violence. For me, growing up as a girl, I did not know, I had no awareness about what gender-based violence was, or I had no formal education into, to start off with what gender, the meaning of gender. That really made me also face some kind of harassment, growing up, accessing public transport, public spaces, but at that time, because I did not know what it is, I thought whether it's my fault or what's happening to me, is it wrong, is it right, why isn't anyone speaking up? So as I grew older and I had the opportunity to be part of Girl Guides, and then, learn about through non-formal education what this is, and that we must speak out and take action against it. And what's happening to us is a violation of basic human rights. It's as simple as that. So for me, it's really, really important to be able to speak out, to be able to share my knowledge, my awareness that I've gained through it, different forms of education about gender-based violence and how can we prevent it and how do we deal with it, how do we, make sure that it does not happen and we put a stop to it, to share it with so many more girls. Because when I started learning about gender-based violence and what it is and how does it happen and, what causes it, then you realize the kind of cases that's being reported. And that's only the number of cases that's reported. And I'm sure because of, different attributes, there are so many unreported cases. So that really, that's something really struck me. And I feel that it's very important that we have a voice and to kind of use all our platforms to educate everybody who needs to know about this, and also to make sure that it does not happen and that we could put an end to it.
So, of course, you have faced many barriers. Could you please mention some of them and how do you tackle them?
I think that's the best question to ask, I guess, speaking to, Girl Up members who are also advocates and in different way. I'm also a youth activist, and I started, being, kind of a voice that speaks out against all forms of violence against women and girls around the age of 18, 19, because until that time, you are slowly learning and you're experiencing different things, but also understanding how do we speak out, how do we advocate for what we believe is right. So, in my journey from 18, 19 to 28, 29 now, over the 10 years, what I've experienced is the kind of negative stereotyping we have, at least from the culture or the country that I come from, towards activists and advocates is that, they always shout and do protests and, ask for all kinds of things that's not possible when there are thousands of issues that are happening. But I think it's also about how much confidence you have in yourself to speak out for what you are passionate about. And, speaking out for gender-based violence for me is not only, speaking out for what I have faced, but also for so many more girls and young women and women around the world, not just from Sri Lanka or from South Asia, but as we know, no country in the world have really achieved gender equality. So we know that there's so much more work that we have to do So as activists, you come across so many barriers, structural barriers, institutional barriers, but also, a lot of stigma, stereotyping, and also barriers because of the kind of negative myths that people have in their minds and their perception towards activists. But if you really believe in the cause that you're working towards, then you will definitely find how to overcome and break those barriers and move ahead. So, and that's exactly what I did, in my own capacity, and the people that I work with, we march forward because we know that our voice matters and we must speak out for not only our rights, but for everybody's sake.
Amazing. Now, can you just tell me how did you use social media to prevent gender-based violence?
I think social media is something that probably we have to look at, the two sides of the coins, right? Because we also speak about social media and especially in this day and age, we know that we use it so heavily, and there is also harassment and bullying that happens within social media, which we are fighting against too. But at the same time, I think we also need to understand that it's a platform. It's a tool that we can reach out to so many people. So I believe in social media for social good. There are so many girls, young women, young people overall who are actively using social media for social change. They use their voice, their power to really communicate something that needs to be communicated. And people probably might not have that education through formal education, but because through social media, they have access to the kind of information that needs to go to them about how to prevent gender-based violence. And one example that's closest to, to today is during the pandemic, how we saw an increase in domestic violence and how people were confined into places because of lockdown and the rate of increase in gender-based violence. And we used social media to do a campaign to communicate to people about this, services that they have, how to report these cases, and then, afterwards, survivors, what the process is. So we used social media to kind of communicate that campaign because we also ourselves couldn't get out because of the COVID-19 pandemic situation. But we used that platform to communicate the message that we want to get out there. At the same time, we also have to be mindful about, and make sure that social media itself does not become a space which is unsafe for people. That we speak out against harassment and bullying that happens within social media. So I think it's about how we use that platform for social good.
Of course. So now we have a question from one of the audience. Do you think that sexual education could be a solution for bodily autonomy? And if yes, can you just explain how can we adopt this kind of education?
As an advocate and activist who've been working in the education per se, because I believe education is key to address most of the global issues that we try to tackle today. And I think comprehensive sexuality education has been a topic I'm sure right across the world people have been working towards to really improve in terms of delivery, in terms of content, on how it reaches young people. So rightfully, I think, your question itself has somewhat the answer also, because through that education, we are able to address so many areas about sexual and reproductive health and rights, but also bring in the aspect of gender to it, about gender-based violence to it, and all of this interrelated kind of topics around that. So from my experience, I know that during my formal education in the school, I did not receive comprehensive sexuality education because that's a chapter, the teachers would, slowly kind of flip over and move to the other chapter because the word sex itself is a taboo topic in my country. And I think most of us coming from most of the global South could relate to that because that's the kind of, perception people have, attitude. But I think how that could break and we could improve or progress is through comprehensive sexuality education, because if we have strong content in our school education, and also if the teachers aren't well trained to deliver it to the students, then we are able to really take all that, the topics that we really want to discuss, and, in an age appropriate way, be able to deliver that education to people from, very young age to, young adults.
Thanks for your perfect talking. And I want to say thanks for the audience for their attention.
Thank you so much, Talia.
Thank you both for bravely taking a stand to end gender-based violence worldwide. In the Girl Up community, our leaders are passionate about so many different things. Over the years, we have engaged over 150 leaders and includes over 6,000 clubs in 130 countries. It's truly global effort of youth changemakers here.
Wow, and it just keeps growing. Girl Up's movement has been expanding across Latin America, particularly in Brazil and Mexico, thanks to the leadership of amazing women and passionate activists from the region. While furiously committed to Girl Up's overall mission of advancing gender equality, Girl Up Brazil and Girl Up Mexico explore the issue areas most relevant to their country's club members. Find out how this intersectional approach to girls' rights helps them channel their regional impact into global movements at our next panel. They'll also be taking a question or two from the audience, so make sure to add your questions to the Q&A section in the SAC panel.
Hi everyone, I'm super excited to be here. My name is Helena Branco. I'm a program supervisor for Girl Up Brazil. Please, Bita and Luisa, introduce yourselves.
Hi everyone, my name is Bita. I'm director for Girl Up Mexico, and with me.
Hi everyone, I'm Luisa Castro. I'm programs associate for Girl Up Mexico.
So today I will start by sharing with you our star campaign for Girl Up Brazil this year, which is #YourVoteMatters, and the brilliant work that our Girl Up leaders have been doing in Brazil. So first of all, a little bit of context. The first thing you all will have to know to understand what I'm talking about is that in Brazil, all elections are mandatory for people between 18 and 70. However, for people between 16 and 17 years old, we have voluntary voting. That means that those who are 16 and 17 years old can choose if they want to vote. The first edition of the #YourVoteMatters campaign we did in 2020 in our city elections. However, the voting registration period was during the beginning of the pandemic and all the registration points were closed. So in Brazil, the official electoral court only launched the virtual platform for registration 9 days before the deadline. And that set us a huge challenge in 2020. We needed to spread the word about this entirely new way of registering to vote. And we only had 9 days, but we had lots of energy and a pack of memes and gifts to engage young people. And here are some results. We had over 33 million impressions on Twitter and over 400,000 views on our official video of the campaign on Instagram. And in 2022, this year, we are having our presidential elections in October. And of course, we would engage with the theme of girls and politics. But in the beginning of the year, in January of 2022, one headline shocked us, that this year could set the record of lowest young voters registering, young voters between 16 and 17 years old, registering to vote. And that struck us. And we were sure that at that time, our mission for the first semester of the year would be to work as hard as we could to register as many young voters as possible till the deadline, which was May the 4th. And our campaign #YourVoteMatters had three main pillars. First, we needed it to be fun. That means that we needed to change the message from you have to vote because it's your civil duty to make your voice heard by voting. If you, young person, care about climate change, gender equality, human rights, your vote can elect people who will advance those issues in Congress. And that change of narrative also meant that we used a bunch of memes because we believe that we can talk about important issues with memes, for example, with an easy way, with an easy language and an easy way to convey the messages we want people to understand. And we have to communicate to young people in the places where we are. I mean, I'm 20 years old. So, I mean, we need to be on social media. We need to use the language we use if we want to impact those people, aka memes. And second, our campaign was meant to be bold. That means that we had super ambitious goals. We wanted to overturn what would be the record of lowest number of young people registered to vote to 2/3 of people of the population was about 6 million people. So we wanted to at least register 2 million young people to vote, 2/3 of that population. And third, we wanted our campaign to be audacious. We wanted to change the narrative in Brazil that we have the young people who are not registering to vote because they don't care about politics or they don't care about the country. We wanted to put young people at the forefront. We wanted them to be experts, to be consulted by the media, to give their perspectives on why we had such low numbers on youth registering to vote and how we could change this. But we wanted people to be the ones saying that, not just adults making assumptions of how what was our political behavior. And other audacious thing that we did was to hire influencers, especially on the age range of 16 to 18 years old, to convey our message, especially the ones that aren't necessarily involved in elections. So we wanted people who, I don't know, we're usually talking about makeup or games. We wanted them to talk about how important it was to register to vote, especially if you can choose to vote or not. So the results were amazing. We set the record of young people between 16 and 17 years old registering to vote. That means it was more than 2 million young Brazilians. And the fun thing about all of this is that we had more girls than boys registering, which we thought was really interesting because when we as Girl Up leaders, we can talk about anything, but we're always going to have this kind of gender lens. We're always going to talk about how important it is for girls, especially girls, to engage in this political process. And I brought you all some other numbers to show our impact. We have led 90,000 people to the website of the Superior Electoral Court to register for voting. So we made this amazing platform with like fun stuff and colorful like guides on how you can register to vote. And we led 90,000 people to the official website from our platform. And our campaign, I'm just going to say like brief comment here. I don't know if you saw it, but Leonardo DiCaprio, he tweeted our platform and everyone went crazy the moment he did that. And Mark Ruffalo, he was also engaged in the voting campaigns in Brazil. But Leonardo DiCaprio literally tweeted us and we were like, oh my God, we lost everything at that moment. It was incredible. And all right, that's the comment. And our campaign also reached 2.7 million people on our Instagram and reached 14.3 million people through the influencers that we partnered with. And of course, we had a huge mobilization from the club leaders. So club leaders organized about 24 face-to-face events across Brazil to register young voters. So they would organize those events, usually at school, in which they would help young voters. Of course, they would have a tablet or their phones where they could vote, and like people would help out with the whole process of registering. And of course, we had we had a bunch of partner organizations, and we only overturned what could have been the lowest registration of young voters to the record of highest number of young people registering, because we had so many people with us. And of course, I think the last thing that for me was one of the most amazing things is that the media stopped portraying young people as not interested in politics and started to see us as engaged citizens who would fight to engage other young people. And we had several news about us, including one ad, the most important news channel in Brazil, about our Girl Up Girls organizing events for young people to register for the elections. And this is some of the work that Girl Up Brazil has been developing this year. And now I will leave it to Bita and Luisa. Thank you.
Hi, Elena. Thank you so much for everything you shared with us. It's amazing what Girl Up Brazil has been doing for the past year. So now I want to share with you what Girl Up Mexico has been up to for the past year. So one of our star programs is the Leadership School for Adolescent Girls that we got to implement in partnership with UNICEF. And what did the girls learn in that school? Well, they learned about sexual and reproductive health rights, about leadership skills, about gender-based violence. And they got to meet a lot of girls, a lot of other incredible young girls that are making changes in their communities. So our relationship with UNICEF has led us to get to meet a lot of girls in different contexts and realities and everything that they are doing, and connecting them with another young leader girls that are also working in Mexico for change. We love to work with these girls. We love all of the programs that we do, and I want to give Bita the chance to tell you about our bootcamp of STEM this year. So Bita, can you tell us about it?
Yes, of course. Thank you. And Elena, big shout out to everyone and all the clubs in Girl Up Brazil. It's incredible what you guys have been leading and advocating for. And we want to give a shout out to all the clubs around Latin America and the Caribbean. Yes, as Luisa has told you, we have different programs in Mexico. I am Bita. I'm the director of Girl Up Mexico. And I want to tell you a little bit of my story. I'm kind of a Girl Up girl too. I started as a volunteer in one of our STEM programs, and now I'm the director of a space here in Mexico. And well, we want to invite you to one of the events that we will have this year in Mexico. It's going to be both virtual for all people around Latin America who want to join, and it's going to have an in-person event in Mexico City if you want to come. This is going to be a STEM bootcamp for 2 days where we will talk about menstrual hygiene and its correlation with water. And we're going to bring around 50 participants across Mexico, and we want to connect as many girls as possible from Latin America and the Caribbean who want to join. And we will have a lab solution for storytelling, where a lab solution for STEM projects. And we have a lot of things we want to talk to you about. So if you want to get to know about Girl Up and Girl Up Mexico and Girl Up Brazil a little bit more, you can join us today, later on our lounges, where you can meet the rest of the team, ask us about our programs, ask about what we're gonna do the next year in Mexico and in Brazil. And you can follow us in social media at Girl Up Brazil and at Girl Up Latam. We can see you today. They're going to put you in the chat the times where we're going to have the session and the lounges with Girl Up Mexico's team and Girl Up Brazil's team. Thank you so much, and thank you to every young leader in Mexico, Latin America, and Brazil that are doing excellent change in your communities through this becoming a part of our program.
At NortonLifeLock, we believe the digital world is only truly empowering when people are confident in their online security. That's why we are dedicated to helping keep people everywhere cyber safe. It's what's driven us to continuously improve our technology for over 4 decades. Innovation is in our DNA. With our trusted brands, products, and services, we help protect millions of people around the globe.
Oh my God, I am truly inspired. I am truly inspired by these ladies and the work they're doing. Give it up one more time, guys, for Gallup Mexico Executive Director Barbara and Program Associate Luisa, as well as Gallup Brazil Program Supervisor Elena. One thing is clear to me after that conversation, Yara. Issues really are interconnected, and tackling one will help us tackle the other.
Sure. And speaking now about the power of grassroots movements transforming into political movements, we are so proud to share this special message in Spanish from the Secretary for Women's Affairs of Bogota, Rodriguez Franco. Diana Rodriguez
Franco y soy la secretaria de la Mujer de Bogotá, la capital de Colombia. Estar en este cargo de decisión, de incidencia y ejecución no solo es el mayor honor, sino la mayor responsabilidad. Y les quiero contar por qué lo siento así. Cuando era estudiante de Derecho, hice conciencia de dos cosas que me marcaron y determinaron mi proyecto de vida. La primera, entendí la profunda diferencia entre el derecho en el papel, en las normas, en la Constitución, y el derecho en la práctica, en la realidad. Y la segunda, comprendí lo terriblemente desequilibrada que era la cancha de derechos en mi país. Esa comprensión y esa situación me inspiraron y motivaron a hacer de mi vida una constante tarea por equilibrar la cancha. Fue así como empecé a ver los temas, la realidad y las comunidades con otra mirada, a preocuparme por cómo lograr espacios de incidencia, a apasionarme por el litigio de interés público para luchar por temas de salud pública o medio ambiente, a preocuparme por crear y compartir herramientas para las personas y las comunidades, para que ese sueño de equilibrar la cancha fuera cada vez más alcanzable. En ese camino me di cuenta de tres cosas clave que debían suceder y que me empeñé en volver parte fundamental de mis trabajos. Uno, generarle confianza en sí mismas a las personas, especialmente a las personas con mayores riesgos de vulnerabilidad. Si le damos confianza a las niñas, a las adolescentes, a las mujeres de comunidades marginadas o discriminadas, sembramos una poderosa semilla de cambio. Para nadie es un secreto que una mujer conocedora de sus derechos y con la confianza para exigirlos es una mujer generadora de cambios para sí misma, para sus familias, sus entornos y su comunidad. Segundo, la importancia de crear espacios y oportunidades para las personas. Es vital que sean las mujeres y las comunidades quienes tomen la vocería, quienes estén en los espacios de participación, quienes evidencien sus realidades y quienes puedan hablar desde la experiencia y el corazón. No se trata de darle voz a las mujeres o a las niñas, esas ya la tienen. Se trata de darles herramientas para que la potencien y abrir cada vez más espacios para que tengan presencia permanente en esos espacios. Eso me hace recordar una invitación que siempre nos hace nuestra alcaldesa mayor Claudia López, la primera mujer en ser electa popularmente para este cargo en Bogotá. Ella siempre nos pide a todo su equipo de gabinete, pregúntense quiénes les falta en la mesa en sus reuniones y discusiones. Piensen si les falta una mujer trans, una mujer campesina, una mujer afro, una mujer indígena, una mujer con discapacidad. Pregúntense la voz de quienes no están escuchando a la hora de tomar decisiones. Y tercero, desde cualquier rol, siempre actuar para transformar. Esa es la primera vez que ocupo un cargo público, pero no es la primera vez que trabajo para equilibrar la cancha de los derechos. Antes de llegar acá, siempre actué pensando en qué era lo mejor que podía hacer desde donde estaba, con los recursos que tenían y en ese momento particular, para mejorar la vida de las mujeres, de las niñas, de los niños y en general de las comunidades. Antes, desde un centro de investigación dedicado a la incidencia legal, reclamé del Estado las condiciones y garantías para que los derechos humanos no fueran letras en un papel. Desde esa ONG trabajé directamente con las comunidades y las poblaciones para que fueran protagonistas activas de los cambios. Hoy, desde un cargo público, la responsabilidad es enorme, pero también lo es la posibilidad de concretar programas, acciones, estrategias que garantizan los derechos humanos de las mujeres y cierran las brechas de género. Estar en este cargo nos ha permitido mejorar los servicios para la prevención y atención de violencias contra las mujeres, crear programas de inclusión reales con enfoque diferencial para las distintas poblaciones, generar políticas en todos los sectores para que todos piensen cómo solucionar de manera efectiva necesidades de mujeres. También nos dio la oportunidad de crear y poner en marcha el sistema de cuidado para que todas las mujeres que a diario en casa nos garantizan alimentación, nos cuidan cuando estamos enfermos y que en general vuelcan su vida cotidiana a que estemos bien, a sostener a la sociedad, tengan también para ellas oportunidades de descanso, bienestar, formación y alternativas para su proyecto de vida. La carga de los trabajos de cuidado debe redistribuirse entre hombres y mujeres por igual y para eso estamos trabajando. Antes de cerrar este mensaje, quiero decirles una cosa. Que Bogotá tenga hoy la primera alcaldesa mujer es el resultado de las luchas de muchas mujeres, de muchos movimientos feministas y sociales que iniciaron casi un siglo atrás. A nivel mundial, muchas mujeres siguen abriendo puertas, derrumbando muros y creando nuevos liderazgos. Millones de niñas y adolescentes hoy saben que independientemente de su origen social, de dónde nacieron, pueden llegar a ser alcaldesas o que sin importar su origen étnico pueden llegar a ser vicepresidentas de los Estados Unidos o vicepresidentas de Colombia. La política electoral es clave para el empoderamiento femenino. La excusa de que no hay mujeres en la política se va a acabar si más niñas y adolescentes se preparan para participar y para incidir. Tener voz y representación no es filosofía. Antes, cuando la voz de los hombres era la que primaba, era imposible pensar en crear un sistema de cuidado y que fuera obligatorio para todos los sectores pensar en resolver los problemas reales de las mujeres. Hoy lo estamos haciendo y ese es el resultado del verdadero empoderamiento y el liderazgo de las mujeres. Nadie nos ha regalado nada y nadie nos va a regalar nunca nada. En democracia y sin violencia tenemos que seguir ganando representación pacífica de nuestros intereses que finalmente benefician a toda la sociedad. Abrir más puertas significa reducir brechas, ampliar derechos y eso implica hacer un trabajo muy concreto para equilibrar la cancha de los derechos y que esas puertas sean oportunidades reales. Yo estoy hoy acá porque muchas mujeres antes lucharon para que eso sucediera. Hoy estoy luchando para que más mujeres lleguen acá y a otros espacios donde no hemos estado. Las invito a luchar, a seguir conquistando espacios y a seguir abriendo más y nuevas puertas a otras niñas y mujeres. Les invito a que se las crean y crean que somos posibles. Girl up.
¿Por qué todavía existe el estigma del periodo? ¿Por qué nos han enseñado que nuestros sentimientos están condicionados por la menstruación? ¿Por qué todavía hay gente que cree que el periodo nos limita? ¿Por qué escondemos nuestras toallas? Yo no voy a esconder quién soy. Yo construiré mi futuro y lo construiré con o sin miedo. Yo tengo el poder de generar vida. Mi cuerpo es fuerte, pero también puede ser vulnerable. Mis sueños son infinitos y las percepciones negativas no me van a parar. Yo soy todo lo que las mujeres que vinieron antes de mí soñaron y mucho más. Yo no acepto el estigma del periodo. Yo soy un nuevo ciclo.
That was such a powerful message. Now we move on to our sport and mental health conversation. Women have been and are only continually to break the gender barriers, to break gender-based barriers in sports right, left and center. One such trailblazing athlete is two-time WNBA champion Candace Parker. In this one-on-one conversation with Gallup leader Sandaria, Candace Parker shares the impact of the intersection between athletics and activism on her life and the importance of prioritizing mental health under the competitive nature of professional sports. Over to you, Sandria.
An amazing opportunity to converse and learn from one of the best sportswomen and athlete activists in the world today. And I'm sure our viewers are too. So without any further ado, let's get right into it with Candace Parker.
Hi, so nice to be here with you today.
Awesome. So Candace, my first question for you is, can you tell us about when you realized women's and men's sports were treated differently in the media and society more broadly? And how did that impact you at a young age?
I was brought up in a household. I had 2 older brothers and I idolized them, but my parents really encouraged me that I could do and be anything I wanted. So I think it was a shock for me around 7th, 8th grade when I went out into the world and I realized girls got hand-me-down uniforms and the boys got brand new ones, no matter what your record was, or the expectation of always going to, recess and being picked last the first time I play. And then the next time I was picked first. But, just in terms of like the way the world just automatically, when you walked into a sporting event or in between the lines, they viewed you in a different way. And I think for me, it was just about proving otherwise, constantly and consistently having to always prove yourself. And I looked to my left and my right and I realized that boys didn't have to do that. And so I think it started that like fire in me that I wanted to prove that girls could play sports, that we could be successful at things and we could do things that the world had never seen before.
As you said, only we have to prove ourselves, and that's not fair. And I feel like one of the main effects it has is that it really impacts your self-confidence, because when you know that your best efforts and your talent is not being appreciated as much as someone who's doing it no better or even worse than you are, and that just because of your gender, that can definitely be frustrating. And as you said, there can be 2 results. One is that you get demotivated, which unfortunately often happens, and that's why so many girls drop out of sports in school. And the other reaction is, of course, that you get more fired up than ever to just prove them all wrong. And that actually sort of brings me to the next question, because talking about self-confidence, to get to your level in sports, you have to have belief in yourself and determination. Have you always had strong self-confidence, or is it something you've had to build and work on? Also, what advice would you give to young people in our audience that might struggle with confidence and going after their goals?
It is a process. I think as just a young person in general, going through just different things that you're unsure about, not just in sports, like off the court as well. I had a thing where I didn't want my feet to be big. And so I was self-conscious about like my feet and how big they were and, how tall I was. And so I wouldn't always hold my shoulders back, and I wasn't always confident in that. And I think being a part of sports allowed me to see so many different types of athletes. And I say short, tall, bigger, stronger, just different builds. And I think because of that, it allowed me to get more and gain more confidence in myself and what I look like. And then secondly, in terms of my mindset, I think where people sometimes lack the confidence is when you don't feel confident in the work that you put in and you don't feel confident in your abilities. And to me, you get that from practice. You get that from consistently going and putting the time in, consistently going and getting up jump shots and making sure that you're ready for the moment. And it doesn't mean that you're always going to succeed, but I think you feel better knowing that you did everything possible that you could, and it just wasn't right. And so I think you get that confidence and you realize it really is about the journey and the work that you put in, and the destination will come and it may not. But at the end of the day, I think you learn so many different life skills, so many different, you work really, really, really hard at something and you're able to, win a championship or come together with your teammates or whatever it is within a game. And so I think there's so many other things other than just success that come from developing a positive mindset.
One of the unique things about a sports following is, like, for example, if there's a singer or an actor, they might have a lot of fans, but they will rarely be as idolized as a sports person is, because of that respect that people have for their abilities. And I feel like along with that idolization, there comes a great power of influencing people that people who are not sports persons or other celebrities don't necessarily have. And with that power entails an even bigger responsibility to influence people for good. And that's the segue to my next question, which is that some of the most historic moments in activism, in matters such as racism, gender equality, LGBTQ plus rights, they've all been witnessed through a sports platform, be it on top of a podium or anywhere else. However, this has also led to a lot of administrative censure and anti-protest measures to dissuade sports persons from taking stances in causes that matter to them. What is your response to the argument that athletes should, I quote, stick to their job? and not wade into politics and activism?
You know, I'm a huge history buff, and I realized in studying history, obviously the United States has one of the longest standing democracies in the world ever, right? And they're dependent on the people participating within that democracy. And I feel as, you know, as athletes, we are just as much citizens as those to our left and to our right, as doctors, as lawyers, as whatever your profession is. And so in order for us to really participate in democracy, we have to utilize our platform to empower people to vote, number one, and two, to voice, you know, their participation within society and their viewpoints, because the government is for the people, by the people. And so I think we're not trying to, like, as sports and as athletes, sway people, you know, one way or another. I think we're just trying to get people to participate in the things that are important. And especially as a WNBA player, being the majority of the minority in this country, we're Black women in a league, LGBTQ, socioeconomic backgrounds, everything, you name it, that's what we are. And so for us, we want to amplify those voices where we come from. And I think it's so important for us to continue to utilize our platform, but also to realize there's going to be people that don't want us to do that, because they realize the power when we're able to really hear and to feel the people.
So when a sports superstar takes action, even through like the simplest act gestures, like taking a knee or raising a fist or wearing a mask with names on it, it makes people sit up and take notice, because there's very few people who are under as much of constant and strict scrutiny as athletes are. Like one bad performance can lead to harsh judgment from people who never won a tournament, and one breakthrough can suddenly thrust a world of expectations and pressure on a young athlete. Recently, thanks to the brave actions of athletes like Naomi Osaka and Simone Biles, there's been significant discourse on the impacts of this constant judgment and media pressure on athletes' mental health, and consequently on their performance. So how have you managed your mental health throughout your career and been able to prioritize the things you want out of life while dealing with outside pressure from the media or other sources? And what advice would you give to young athletes, especially women of minority communities, like Black women, who struggle to maintain their mental health amidst the added discrimination they're facing?
There's no one-time fix. I think it is, we talk about the process consistently. It has been a process for me, because so much is judged on stats, how much you produce. And, you know, this isn't, you know, subjective. This is objective. This is, you scored this many points, you lost by this many points, you should have scored this many points. And now with social media and everyone being able to have an opinion, if you really, you know, give yourself to that, submit yourself to that, you would go crazy mentally. I learned a long time ago not to judge myself based off wins and losses. I think so many times within our society, we focus so much on the what you do. What is your profession? What do you enjoy? What are your pastimes, as opposed to who you are, which is what people need to focus on. And I think, you know, the individuals that have continued to try to master that journey, and it's not, you can't master it. It is always a process, is the focus of, you know, who I am. I am a teammate. I am a mom. I have a partner. I'm a daughter. And I think once you're able to focus on that and the journey and the work that you put into it, then you're able to kind of, you know, X all that stuff out. I am probably my harshest critic. And so with that being said, if I'm my harshest critic and I know, you know, myself, then there's nothing anybody else can say to me that, you know, can impact that. And I encourage young people to not judge themselves based off of results of tests or results of games, because there's so much more life and there's so many more things that you're capable of. And so I think mental health is about, you know, continuing that journey, understanding, you know, that outside pressures, you can't handle that alone, but you also can't just focus on that alone as well.
Thank you so much, Candice, for that healthy dose of motivation and inspiration, and also a lot of quotes of the day for me. And that concludes my questions today, although I'd love to have continued this discussion a lot more, but I'm incredibly grateful that I got this opportunity to learn from someone who's been there and done it all. And on that note, I'll hand it back to the MC. Thank you so much to the viewers for joining us, and to Candice again. Thank you so much to everyone.
The right place, the right time defines the exceptional. A skincare, science, masterpiece that transforms you from dusk to dawn. You spend a third of your life sleeping. Will you make the most of it? Noble Panacea. Think beautifully.
As a climate activist myself, I am especially excited about this next Girl Talk from Gallup leader Shrivaya. Combining our love of technology with environmental justice, Shrivaya created a mobile app that provides youth with and resources on how to promote sustainability. Listen in to what daily action she recommends we can all take to ensure a greener future.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a fun and engaging summit this year. I am Shravya, an incoming freshman in college majoring in data science based in Dubai, UAE. And I've been involved with Girl Up for about 2 years as the co-chair of the Girl Up HQ Community Arts Club and have been an active participant of the STEM boot camps. During this Girl Talk, I'll be discussing climate change at the intersection of technology and gender inequality. Now let's picture this. Running alongside a young, cheerful orange tiger through a forest filled with colorful trees. This was a regular Friday morning for my 11-year-old self. No, this wasn't real life, nor was it the product of my imagination. This was my creative stage on Scratch, an intuitive coding tool that allowed me to create my own landscape. Although the possibilities in the tech universe were endless, reality wasn't as pleasant as the scene I painted with my mouse. The environment was in desperate need of help. On one hand, as citizens of Earth, we are not strangers to climate change, global warming, or other environmental catastrophes. Humans are on the verge of exhausting the Earth's natural resources. We're destroying biospheres for the purposes of political and economical industrialization without deliberating the consequences. And sustainability is the key to this endless nightmare. But on the other hand, we all know the issues holding women back around the world, like discrimination, poverty, limited resources, violence, and the issue that makes it worse is climate change. Yes, you heard that correctly. Climate change destabilizes society in ways we don't normally consider. 2/3 of the world's farmers in the developing world are women. As women are left to fend for their families, they're deprived of meaningful education. Just as climate change has an indirect effect on gender disparities themselves harm our fight against climate change. It's truly a vicious cycle. From rising sea levels to agricultural shortfalls and urban floods, the world is feeling the effects of climate change. The impact is particularly acute for women who make up a large number of poor communities that depend on natural resources. With such strong ties to the environment, women have the knowledge and skills to be key agents for building resilience and supporting low-emission development. Successful action on climate change depends on engaging women as stakeholders. As an individual, I didn't truly account for the greater picture. Working towards this goal at a personal level helped me realize that individual action influences collective action. However, there was always more that I could do, more that an individual could contribute. Code Green is an app that I developed to help instigate change in the community for a larger impact. The app is aimed at educating and promoting the theory and practicality of sustainability. Learning more about current affairs and ways to reverse detrimental effects on our environment can play a key role in building a better society. The question lies in how technology can play a role in combating climate change. Technology, no doubt, plays an integral role in fighting climate change. With e-commerce and online shopping taking over the world, it's important to make sure this new trend doesn't negatively affect the planet. And that's where green technology comes in. Green technology is a broad term that consists many different solutions to a wide range of environmental problems. But as the growing number of organizations launch initiatives aiming to reduce climate change through technological advances, it's clear that technology can be an invaluable tool for helping humanity combat this global crisis. But the rate at which we destroy the earth is far more than the rate at which we compensate for the loss. We must further our green growth indicators and make drastic changes if we ever want to see our future generation live contently without facing the consequences of our mistakes. No individual can bend the carbon emissions curve alone. No writer, no wildland firefighter, no environmental lawyer can carry the day. No single coral restoration program will heal the wounds inflicted on reefs around the world. There are plenty of ways you can make a difference, ranging from increasing the recycling rate in your community and planting trees to cutting back on the use of plastics and flying less. As Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan once said, there are no passengers on Spaceship Earth. We are all crew. We must fight this together. Thank you so much for listening to my talk.
At Booz Allen, we have never shied away from a challenge. Together, we're taking steps towards change for a more inclusive, just, and equitable future. That change starts with each of us and our collective effort to gather and listen to people's stories as they share their personal experiences of social and racial inequity. We can use our expertise in today's technologies to reveal common themes and insights. We can create new perspectives that will ignite deliberate action and lead us to a more just society. Let's embark on this journey together. Join the movement.
Wow, it's been a long day. Now, our final round of Powerhouse panelists show what it means to stand up for social action on a global stage and on the street.
Even though youth activists are often underestimated because of their age, Julieta Martinez, Valeria Colunga, and Anita Duwaba prove that young people are a force to be reckoned with.
During this session, moderated by award-winning journalist, best-selling author, and filmmaker, Liz Plank, these advocates explain why policymakers must listen to youth voices if we want progress to be inclusive, intersectional, and actionable.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this very, very cool panel. It hasn't even started yet, but I know it's going to be great because we are just joined by the most incredible three women today. And I want to go straight into it because at Girl Up, we have the best, it's 15-minute panels, right? It's so adapted to people's attention span, and we have such knowledgeable panelists. So we're going to go right into it, and we're going to be talking about youth advocacy. And I want to start with you, Julieta. I mean, you were at COP this year, and there was a lot of talk about who was left out of COP and who was left out of a lot of activism in general, but particularly climate activism. And so I'm just curious, have you ever felt underestimated in those rooms, and how do you combat that? And also, what are the consequences of often girls being left out of these really important conversations?
Wow, tough question. And first of all, thank you so much for having me here. So the quick answer actually would be yes. Actually, when I went to COP25, I was 15 at the moment, and I remember perfectly that I got invited to a panel, to hear actually. And a guy told me, please get into the panel because we need more women in the room. This is true. and kind of my expectations of COP, it was the first day, immediately fell apart. It was like, this is just women for the picture, just girls for the picture. So it's hard, of course. And it's so important to have young people on the table because who understands better the problems that youth and adolescents are going through that youth and adolescents. And it's not just because we want to have a space and table, but it's because we get we live the problems. We're not as spectators, but and also I think there's a lot of people that would talk about this redesign of a new world. We redesign policies, we redesign economy, and we're rethinking a lot of things. And part of that is how are we present and we have an actual voice in the process of decision making. especially when we talk about the climate crisis. We are a generation that has so many access to information, education, to this digital area, right? And we have been working a lot on connecting the scientific community with civil society. How can we actually find a common ground, a connection between these two worlds that feel like there's worlds apart? So yes, we definitely must be present, but not only to spectate, but be protagonists of it.
Yeah, not just spectators, protagonists, and not just at part of the audience, but actually having the mic and being on stage. When you started your story and you were like, this man said, I was getting ready to like cringe, but I'm happy that you had a positive experience and that there were, I think it's important to talk about those things, right? There are bridges that are being really built intergenerationally across gender, across different identities. And I really wanted to get into that with you, Anita, as well, because you're kind of an expert on that, right? You're literally at the intersection of intergenerational activism and really bringing different people of different ages together. So I'm curious why you think that's important, and how can adults get better at listening to people who are not adults yet?
Yeah, I think also just to echo what Julieta said, I think a lot of the times we get into these spaces and we are treated as tokens, and we are treated as spectators just to fill in the room and just to be present and to check. It's almost like a checklist, So it's really important that they kind of adopt and adapt a mentality that young people are in these spaces to be heard and to actually drive about the change. So it's something that's been quite talked about, even quite recently, especially in the context of South Africa. Recently, there's been several kind of conversations around our leaders and age and so on and so forth, and it's come to a point where young people are now not even being gentle about it. They're asserting themselves in these spaces, and they're saying very vocally that we belong in these spaces. So don't just have us as activists and for pictures and for tokenism. Have us in these spaces so we can drive about the change. Have us part of policy making. Have us part of all of these integral decision-making tables. So yeah, I think definitely we need to be at a point where we as young people are listened to and we are seen as changers, as the drivers of change and not just spectators.
And how do you know that you're being heard and actually listened? I'm curious. How is that something you can describe?
Yeah, I think once you're, for example, if there's some form of policy or research work that's been done, if you're not just being like a participant and they're just taking information from you, but you being part of the actual kind of research or the actual document or a person who's part of making that document, then you kind of feel heard and you kind of get that idea that your thoughts and your ideas are, kind of accepted and are respected. So, yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Like not just being invited to the table, but being invited to dance, right? That sort of quote that it's more of an active participation, and not just for show. I love that. Valeria, I wanted to, you're doing so many cool things. One of the things you're doing is you actually have a podcast. And I think that's so a lot of people have podcasts, but there are not a lot of podcasts that add so much value and are really helping people understand the world a little bit better. I'm curious how you approach using sort of these modern tools, and again, use them with your generation and make sure though that they're reaching people who might not be listening to a podcast or who might not be on social media. I'm curious how those conversations sort of happen.
Yeah, I mean, my podcast was, I would say, actually the result of the pandemic, because it was for me a way to try to communicate with my community. And one of the main questions that we asked ourselves as activists was, what can you do to organize your community when you're not able to be present in person? And that was one of the main questions we asked ourselves, especially here in Mexico. We saw a lot of things happening in Congress, but how do you occupy physical spaces when Congress is, getting together through Zoom. Like, how do you actually make sure you're part of those conversations? So one of the things that I realized by talking to my community and talking to other activists was, if we're not able to be present physically in Congress, we might as well start taking over the spaces that we know we're present in. And we also start, like making efforts to like try to communicate with our representatives. And I think I do want to echo what both Julieta and Anita have been talking about, which is making sure that young people are being heard and are being present in decision-making spaces. And I had the opportunity to work as a Next Generation Fellow last year. And now Anita has the great honor and responsibility of continuing that work. But one of the things we did was that we wrote Our Future Agenda, which, by the way, is available in ourfutureagenda.org in case anyone wants to read the great recommendations of thousands of amazing young leaders. And what we realized when we were writing this report is that it's not only a question of getting into the room, but it's also the accessibility and viability of creating those rooms. So we see it in COP26 and we see it in future summits, where it's not only expensive, but it also has carbon emissions and just like a big sustainability question when it comes to not only getting young people there, but also making sure that they're being heard once they are there. So one of the many lessons that we learned from writing Our Future Agenda is the power of connecting online and connecting through the many tools that we have now. Now we know that we have access to due to the pandemic. So while writing Our Future Agenda, we got the opportunity to talk to thousands of young activists, and it would have not been able to if we, one, didn't create the spaces online, and two, didn't make sure that they had the accessibility to get to those spaces. So I think now we're facing a question on how do we make sure the spaces are available, but also what are the type of spaces we want to create to make sure that we are being heard and not only present physically.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible. I think that brings up such an important issue about digital activism. And I think this question of how do we make sure, that we're really utilizing these tools in order to build and to organize, not just to disorganize. Sometimes even what's happening in the States right now, I think a lot of people are in a lot of pain. They're very confused. They're very scared. And something that I've been thinking about, I'm curious what your thoughts are, just as a follow-up, how do we make sure that people are not isolating, right? In trying to spend a lot of time on their phones and a lot of time on these platforms or a lot of time virtually organizing. How do we make sure that they still are sort of connecting in real person? Or is that not necessary anymore? Is that like an old millennial, sort of geriatric millennial sort of perspective on activism?
No, I think definitely one of the other takeaways of COVID-19 and the pandemic is we cannot live with only one thing. It's not only online activism or only in-person activism. The reality is that we now live in a globalized society where intersectionality should be at the center of the conversation. And because intersectionality should be at the center, we need to hear the perspectives of other young people like Anita, Julieta, yourself, and just like people all over the world. And because of that, I think it's about organizing online spaces so we make sure intersectionality is there, but also making sure that we have in-person follow-ups to those intersectional spaces that we created online.
Love it. Love it. Making the pie bigger, right? It's not either or, it's and more. I really love that. So we have only a few, not a few, but like 5 or 6 minutes left. So I want to make sure to get all of you in on one last question that I know I have, and I'm desperate to have your brilliant knowledge on, which is, how do we keep ourselves feeling engaged and positive and healthy and productive when the news cycle, no matter where you live kind of in the world right now, is pretty difficult. There's a lot of things that feel like they're getting worse, not better. And I'm just curious, and we can start with you, Julieta, is how do you approach that on a personal level? And also, do you feel like you need to be strong to model that to other people, but then do you feel like sometimes you just kind of want to be sad or want to be depressed or want to sort of do what other people are doing and hang out instead of fighting all the time. I'm just curious how you all sort of balance that, because I know there's a lot of people who are wondering how to do it in their lives, and you're so active and you guys are really the leaders in this space. So I'm just curious how you sort of manage that.
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest with you, Liz. Being an activist is exhausting, and I'm pretty sure every single person that has been somehow engaged with this world knows that. It's like fighting and fighting over and over and over again. But I think the best medicine that you can have is create community. With Tremendos Women Platform, what I find, it's not only a place to launch projects, create new ideas, and it's a safe zone. And to find people that are interested in finding actual solutions, but not only for you, like for personal benefit, for your community, people you engage with. You know, I work with girls, 12-year-old girls that grew up thinking that clouds were made by industries. You know, girls that are really, but that are the same girls that are fighting every single day of their lives to not only find a solution for them, for their sister, for the brother, for their mother, for every single person they engage with. And just to finish with this idea, but what Valeria said about intersectionality is so fundamental. What young people are seeing right now is that every single problem is connected. I mean, I work with the connection with the sustainability agenda and the gender agenda. I mean, women and girls are 14 times more vulnerable to die in a natural disaster. 80% of climate refugees are women and girls. So we must find a solution. We must educate girls, find community, find network, and show them that they are not alone. They are never alone, and we must be together. We're not competition, we're allies.
Yeah, I love that. Anita, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So for me, how I kind of keep saying is, as much as there's a lot of bad things that are happening around the world, there's also a lot of good things that is happening. So I like to kind of keep a good balance. I used to work in journalism quite a bit. So I know you have to balance quite a bit your good news and your bad news. So your overconsumption of bad news will have you really depressed and sad. So you have to kind of balance that, a little feel-good story here and there, you know. So I tend to do a lot of that. Also, just speaking to people, as much as you know, you speak to people who are in difficult circumstances, as much as, you know, that is happening to them, but there's a lot of other good things and a lot of like good perspectives and, you know, really human, like a really good human connection that will, you know, kind of overshadow the whole, you know, doom and gloom that is happening. So that's what I like to do. So if I happen to be in a conversation with a person that I'm trying to help out of a difficult situation, we don't just focus on that difficult situation. We talk about that difficult situation, of course, but we also try to get a human connection and try to get to the good side of life. So yeah, that's what I try to do to keep sane. Yeah.
I love that. Valeria, bring it home.
So I think for me, it has been definitely placing boundaries. I think that I feel like that sounds kind of harsh and like super like what's going on. But like honestly, I think I had to learn the bad way that it's important to place boundaries for yourself. You need to know yourself, learn from yourself, and know when it's the right time to not answer your phone because you need a 5-minute break or maybe a 12-hour break in your room doing nothing, and when it's a good time to, you know, answer. And I think, I mean, there's so much that is left to say about this, but I would say honestly, just listen to your gut, know yourself, and most importantly, put your mental health at first. Like that should be your priority always, because if you don't care about yourself and if you don't take care for yourself, no one will. And we need you. We will continue with this great bunch of work that is ahead of us. So take care of yourself, listen to yourself, and know your boundaries, place them, and just, you know, this is a great, beautiful way of self-love, self-respect, and also, you know, giving back to your community by giving back to yourself.
Oh, I love that. Yes. Community care, self-care, it's all connected. And rest is productive. You're being productive. Your brain is doing a million things, even while you're sleeping, and making connections, right? Sometimes I wake up and finally I have, you know, it feels like my brain was at work harder than me punishing myself to stay up late, right? So naps, guys. Everyone remember, that's a big takeaway. In addition to so many other things, thank you so much, ladies. This was so informative. All three of you are just completely badass, and keep doing what you're doing and keep resting as well, and taking care of yourselves. Thank you, Julieta, Valeria, and Anita. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. On behalf of Olay, I am so excited to be here for the 2022 Girl Up Global Leadership Summit. My name is Lauren Fanroy, and I work on the communications and public relations team for the Olay skincare brand here in North America. Let me tell you a little bit about Olay and our passion for girls and women in science, technology, engineering, and math, otherwise known as STEM. Here at Olay, we are on a mission by 2030 to help double the number of women and triple the number of women of color in STEM, because we know how important STEM is to our skincare products, but there is a massive gap in gender equality and diversity in STEM. We are so passionate about our partnership with Girl Up because we know how underrepresented girls and women are in STEM fields, and we really want to help close that gap to inspire the next generation of female leaders in STEM, all of you, to face anything in a world of significant challenges. Women in history are behind some of the most significant innovations in STEM that we all still use today. Maybe that can be you one day as you break down barriers in STEM. Thanks again on behalf of Olay, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
We have to face that beauty is in the eye of the coder. Search for beautiful skin, beautiful woman. Where are the women of color? Who gets to be beautiful online is decided by code and society. That's why Olay wants to double the number of women in STEM. Post using hashtag #DecodeTheBias to send 1,000 girls to Code Camp. It's time we decode the bias. Together, we can face anything.
Thank you to our sponsor, Olay, for that special message on female leaders in STEM. And thank you to our incredible panelists. I always love hearing from my fellow youth change makers. It makes me even more motivated to meet up with my Girl Up Club and create an action plan for change together. Ooh, I can't believe the 2022 Girl Up Global Leadership Summit plenary is coming to an end. Oh my God. I took a lot of notes, guys. See this. I took a lot of notes. Over the last few hours, we have learned from world leaders and gender equality activists on how we can drive collective change. We have grown as leaders of self, leaders of peers, and leaders of change through a series of engaging activities. And of course, we have led as youth change makers. All I can say is thank you. Thank goodness. Sorry, I'm just so excited. It's not over yet. We still have our Inspire sessions, workshops, day of action tracks, one-on-one networking opportunities, and so much more to continue transforming our passion for social justice into action. You can check out the schedule for the rest of today and tomorrow on the homepage of the platform. Plus, if you're looking to connect with more bold, young change makers like yourself, visit the club booths in the expo area to learn how you can either start your own Girl Up Club or join an existing one on our online community platform. Created thanks to the support of TE Connectivity and begin your Girl Up journey today. Yeah, so for me, one thing I have noticed in my activism is, I'm missing Yara right now, is that people often consider gender equality as a girls' and women's issue. But in fact, it is a human issue. And that is why it was so inspiring to see and learn how people from various gender identities and diverse backgrounds came together at our summits today to discuss how we can continue to drive collective social action.
That's why I love being part of Girl Up. It truly is an inclusive movement. But after this full day of learning, growing, leading together at the summit, Balakis, where do we go from here?
That's a great question, Yara. Let's invite Girl Up's Executive Director, Melissa Kelby, once again to the stage to see if she can help answer that question and close our show. Welcome, Melissa.
Oh, thank you so much, Yara and Balakis. You have done such an incredible job taking us through this event, and what an event it has been. I have absolutely loved hearing from our Girl Up leaders, from our friends and experts and thought leaders in the space, those we've known and those that we just met. It has been an incredibly inspiring and motivating day, full of conversation, ideas, and actions that we all take. You know, it seems like every time we turn around, there's a new crisis unfolding, a new news headline that makes us feel like we're moving backwards. And in some ways we are. Our rights are receding, our opportunities are shifting, but we are all here together to change that tide and to move it forward back in the right direction. You know, just in the last year since we were all together for our summit, so many things have changed, whether it's girls in Afghanistan who now aren't able to go to school, girls and women displaced from Ukraine, famine, war, conflict, still trying to recover and get out of the effects and these setbacks of a global pandemic. Our rights are receding. Women and young people are fighting for rights around the world, and in places where we had them, they're shifting. So there's a lot going on, and we are not waiting. We, as part of this Girl Up movement, are positioned to make that change. We can do it together, we can do it with each other, we can do it for each other, and we know that at Girl Up, we are here to lead the way to a better future for everyone. So my ask to you, as you come out of this incredible kickoff to our summit, as you go into your workshops and your conversations over the next 2 days, and as you go into your communities and your clubs and you keep that activism going, don't stop, don't give up, don't stop fighting. We need you to lead us forward. We will be here to stand with you, to support you, linked, locked, and relentless in our pursuit of a more just, equitable, equal, and peaceful world for everyone. And we know that the Girl Up movement is part of that future. So I ask you to stand together, to fight for your rights, to fight for each other, to keep your joy, keep your hope, take care of yourself. This change isn't going to come quickly, but it is coming. And I believe that with all of my heart, because I know that you are all in this with me. Thank you so much. Here's to continued conversation, ideas, planning, action, and activism. We are not waiting. Change is now. Let's go.
You and you.
As we've learned today, change starts with me, but it also starts with you and you and you and you. It only takes one person to make a difference. It's time for you to be the person. Visit girlup.org/support to learn how you can help Girl Up create a better world, a world where girls have equal opportunities to reach their fullest potential. Because when girls rise, we all rise.
When girls rise, we all rise, right? Yeah. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in to the 2022 Girl Up Global Leadership Summit. Don't forget, all these uplifting sessions will be available on Girl Up's YouTube channel in the next few days for you to watch and rewatch by yourself, with your friends, and with your club members. Thank you once again, everyone, and we look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.